This time it's going to take more than killing me to kill me.
What the heck was that?
Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Akiki Ryder.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm Sinister Boy.
And I'm Springs.
And today we're talking about Doctor Strange 2, Multiverse of Madness.
Diving into madness.
Yeah, it's certainly mad about something, that's for sure.
Wonderful movie.
Yeah. So let's just dive right in because there's a lot to cover here for this movie. But first, let's get everyone's thoughts out of the way. Since I'm the host, I guess I'll go first. This movie had a lot of fun visuals. I did have a bit of fun watching it. There is definitely something for the visual aspect of this movie. That being said, the writing aspect of this movie, it is worse than Iron Man 3 and Captain Marvel, and that's saying something. It is not good. I was very frustrated when I was trying to break down the writing for this film. So that's pretty much my opening thoughts on this, unfortunately. Welcome to others to change my mind here.
Right, I guess I'll be up next. Those were some bold words you said there.
Yeah.
Similar vein where it was an enjoyable movie for me. I also saw a lot of problems. Some bogged down a lot to me. Some were just nitpicks, of course. But overall, it was a fun movie. I would say it's better than Captain Marvel.
I would much rather
Iron Man
watch
3.
this movie. I would much rather watch this movie than Captain Marvel and Iron Man 3. But I do think it's worse written.
Possibly. I need to see those movies again. Yeah, I mean, it's the cast did their jobs. There wasn't any bad acting. Except the Minotaur. The Minotaur, what a terrible actor. You're up, Sinister.
I am? Okay. How am I going to top those two?
I know.
I mean, having not really enjoyed that much the first one, I found it pretty boring. And I mean, I'm not the hugest Doctor Strange in general fan, but I was like, well, this could be interesting. This could either be interesting or boring, and it was mainly boring. But I thought this one was probably closer to what I would say was a decent portrayal of Doctor Strange. I will agree there were some issues with it. Granted, I'm going to be a little bit more lenient just because it's Sam Raimi taking up the mantle of the previous directed by a different person, and been a lot happening in the world of Marvel since the last one came out. So I'm sure there's going to be some growing pains on this that could have been avoidable and were not, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a leeway there. But I will say, with the exception of a few shots and a few little lackluster CGI scenes, I think this is probably one of the better visually as far as like interesting visuals and cool visuals that has been in this recent phase of Marvel movies, with the exception of Spider-Man, No Way Home, obviously. But yeah, I actually had fun watching it, which I didn't think would be possible with a Doctor Strange movie since the last one. So I had fun with it, and I'm sure I'm going to have some of you guys might change my answer, but I'm excited to talk about this.
Hey, you could change ours.
Probably not. But, that's
All right, Spriggs.
All right. Well, going into this movie was ecstatically excited. I've been looking forward to seeing this movie for a while. It was listed as one of the first changes in the MCU of genre from the action slash comedy that they do to promote as horror. And after the flop of New Mutants doing quote unquote horror, this was something I was looking a little more interested in because, you know, Sony versus Disney. So I saw it in theaters, and really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. And then I went and saw it in theaters a second time. This time, coming out with more notes, you know, for the pod, and it certainly was not the same movie I saw the first time I saw it. But it wasn't. It was fine. It was still fine. And those are the only 2 times I've seen this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I saw it twice.
For this pod, we're gonna attempt to try and cover it in a 3-act structure. Just trying to kind of find our, find what we're about here and how we want to, I guess break down films and things of that nature. So I will start us off on the opening scene, and then whoever got something to say can take it away. We pretty much open on a different universe as Doctor Strange, running with this movie's other main character, America. They're running towards a book called the Book of Ashanti, and they're running away from a monster. And I already, without spoiling, well, I guess with spoilers because people have seen it.
Yeah.
So the monster is sent by Scarlet Witch, and already we got fucking problems with that because this is how she's trying to go about it, and Strange uses an ice spell to try and stall it, and it works. It freezes the monster in place. Why he doesn't follow up with another spell that can kill it, I have no fucking clue. So already,
I have an answer.
Oh, you do?
Because this character is in the comics, and his name is Cyttorak, or something along those lines.
The monster?
Yeah, the ribbon monster. And apparently in the comics, his big thing is he's unstoppable. I guess he's that's his thing.
That's a superpower we wish we all had.
So I guess my follow-up question is, where is that in the movie?
Don't know.
It's not in the script, so it's.
I will say now is probably not the best timing for me to explain why, but later on I will get around to something that could explain why that is.
Yeah. I suppose the last thing I have to say for the opening scene is the new universe. It's Doctor Strange not using a sling ring to get them to the Book of Ashanti. It's a little.
I was feeling you were saying that.
Yeah, I mean he's not going to use a sling ring. I'm like, okay, maybe there's no sling rings in this universe apparently. All right, I'm okay with that. They're still running. They're still running as fast as they can. I get that.
This could be a nitpick with just me, but I would have preferred if they just stuck to the Spanish instead of just a random Spanish line and then continuing English. Just feels thrown in at that point.
They committed.
So I'd say commit or not, but they did not. It was just randomly thrown in there. And then that's made a joke of later with our universe is strange not being able to speak Spanish. So.
I also
seems like it was thrown in there just for a joke later.
Yeah. So they get to the book, and the monster beats them essentially to the book, gets in their way. The Defender Strange gets injured, and he traps it again, and he tries to suck out America's power. And I gotta hand it to Benedict here. He is acting his heart out. Like you can feel that this Strange has a relationship with America, as like this is the last resort. He's trying to save the multiverse, and he gets stabbed and from behind because the monster breaks free of his trap, and America basically gets dropped through a portal, and Defender Strange saves her, essentially, as his last act, and his body gets flung through the portal as well.
During the scene, I had a question that I posed to you guys. How come him taking the power change it? How would that change anything? Because then the monster would just go after him. It would make sense to kill her, but obviously there's the connection there, and that would be difficult for this Strange to do. But I'm just curious how him getting the power solves any problems for that Strange. Because the whole point is not letting America's power get into the hands of the bad guy.
Well, because technically, if he had the powers, he would be able to harness them. Because technically, he doesn't have the ability to use her powers without knowing how to. Sorry, I'm messing it up here, but like, she does have control of her powers, and so I'm sure he's assuming that, or whatever, and then he would just be able to teleport away. I'm assuming that's giving it a little bit of a leeway, but.
Well,
yes, but we know that monsters dimension hop, catching up to her wherever she goes. So the same would happen to him. Or universe hopping.
Yeah.
Something that's never explained in this, but I guess it's presumed, in a sense, off of what it's going off of if this Strange Supreme did take the powers of America, would it be power of strength to just heighten his own powers that he does hold, or would it give him the ability of
Universe
multidimensional
hopping?
travel? Yeah.
That wasn't really clear.
You just have to
me.
assume it would be universe hopping.
My presumption.
Okay. That's also my presumption as well, but it was never explicit, I think.
My presumption's on the other end. That it would only make him stronger of his own being from what is shown, because this movie focuses a lot of from the television show WandaVision to give character to Wanda, and by character I mean quotations character. But being that it's going off of a show would mean you could also take the What If show, and in episode 4 of that there's a Doctor Strange episode, which is one of the best. But when Doctor Strange starts consuming the power of all these beings, he doesn't gain the ability of said beings, he just makes himself stronger, which is what I think could also be complied to this.
Well,
yeah.
Doesn't he get that?
I don't want to backtrack a little bit too much, but this power is the whole stealing thing. That goes back to the first one, or the first Doctor Strange movie, where Mordo steals the power from that guy who sends Stephen Strange to go on his way to becoming
Yeah,
it's a Karmatage.
But he doesn't get the power to fix his back. He just takes the power away from him to help himself, or to keep his back afloat or whatever.
That probably makes more sense.
So I'm guessing it's not explained enough. So I'm guessing when he takes the power, it's just gone, and the ability itself is gone with it. Not so much that
Well, if we're
taking her.
Sorry, if we're gonna continue with continuity for that, like from What If, and I would not. As far as I understand, when he absorbs the monsters, he gets some semblance of the power from those monsters. So I don't think the power would be gone. I assumed he would gain the ability to, because he gains the ability of the monsters he absorbs to a degree.
Could be, but there's also something that's shown later in this film to indicate kind of a new stage of something that the MCU Strange is now capable of, that was not shown in the first film or any of Infinity War or Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of makes sense on both fronts. It could be harnessing the power of beings, but I doubt it because of something later.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't. I think this is just like a weird thing. I don't know. I think Doctor Strange is just a hard one to pin down ability-wise because he could essentially do anything, and then if he can do anything, it just kind of becomes boring, if that makes any sense, because of the nature of. Well, I'm not not being like, oh well, they could explain this one, but I think also the problem is we have 3 different distinct versions right now of Doctor Strange. There's the first movie, there's this movie, and there's the What If version.
Yeah.
And having to, and also I think if you're trying to establish something, it's much harder in a situation because there's 3 different versions, and you're having to work in the plot lines of not with a what if, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the plot point here, we're arguing about is stealing the. That's such a weird moment because they never explain it. Granted, I'm not defending them on that one, but it's. I don't really, I don't know what else they could do that would how else would, because the whole point of it is he's giving into the logical side, right? That's the whole point of that scene, is that he's not thinking of the great. He's doing what logically you would do, which is to sacrifice the weaker person with the uncontrollable thing, and then
in order to save the multiverse.
Yeah. So I don't know how else they could have. Would like the. It's unfortunately, I think with the setup of this, I think it's almost impossible to come up with something to have that same. Granted, they could just change the theme, but I think the whole setup is kind of needs that, regardless of whether it makes sense or not, is the whole other thing, and obviously it doesn't, but. And it's up to interpretation in this, because we all have 3 different opinions of what the power is in general, which is already not a good thing.
Yeah, already. Doctor Strange has already had a history of his powers don't make sense. It started out fairly understandable, but it has since just blown out of proportion, of where I don't know what his limits of his abilities are.
Well, because and
we all have
comics,
different.
He's basically God in the comic. He can do anything. He can go between dimensions and everything, and that doesn't really make for a very interesting character arc in the form of power. Because if you have somebody who can do everything, what's the point? What are the stakes? What are the what's the? So you have to put in limitations. Unfortunately, though, they're putting in limitations that don't need to be there. In this situation where I think if they made it more personal, it would be better, which they kind of did. But
Benedict Cumberbatch, like I said, acts his heart out in this scene. I think he does a good job.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fault Benedict Cumberbatch, but I don't know. I think it's like that stage of, okay, granted. I see what they're doing. They're not doing it very well, but I can understand what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should still be faulted for it, but
if we assume it's the same power used in the What If, which he had to go to like a super secret library to access that absorbing power. Let's assume this Defender Strange did that and came out not corrupted. Even then, what's the limits of this power? Could he just take anybody's superpowers?
Well, yeah.
Convert it into power? Could he just go to Wanda and be like, there we go?
I don't think the library in What If was to know how to do absorption power, but how to summon other beings.
What?
That's where he learned the spell, wasn't it?
No.
Of absorption? I don't think so. I think it's where he learned where to get other beings.
If the guy who was like straight arrow, frickin' making fun of, Stephen Strange all the time, could just absorb somebody's power, doesn't that mean they all could? Like forbidden in the same way of like, oh, if you start doing that, you're going to go down a dark path kind of thing. Because obviously with like magic and supernatural stuff, you have to you're going to have to take powers away from someone at some point if they start abusing them.
So if this absorption power isn't locked away in a forbidden library, then that means it's accessible by any sorcerer that's trained at Kamatosh or wherever else they train.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like, in the regard of like Harry Potter, any student could say Avada Kedavra.
Yeah.
So yeah,
kind of
everyone knows it.
Kind of can solve most problems spell. If you could just suck out someone's powers.
I think it also might be limited. It might be limited though to the abilities of the user. So I don't think like a student could just go up to like Stephen Strange and be like, "I'm absorbing your power," and have that be it. It might be, Granted, this is all hearsay and has not been stated in any formal way, but I feel like if
not
it was
in the MCU.
OP, it wouldn't just be. There has to be limits to that kind of stuff. You couldn't just be like, oh, I've been training for like a week and I know this ability and I'm just going to take everybody's power. I doubt that would happen. You'd have to get pretty far.
Well, something they've established, as shown, is it's not instant.
Don't say established.
Nothing now. Something we have seen multiple times that has not changed is it takes time to absorb someone's power. It's not instant.
Yeah. Also different every time.
Yeah, we'll have to tackle that as we go along.
This is why there should only ever be one director for one project. They should never switch it out.
I mean, the writers wrote themselves into this corner. That's on them.
Yeah, think of the ramifications of using this ability.
Well, again, though, what else would you do?
Kill her. And then she gets scared and runs away before he can kill her or something.
Yeah.
Because that's the logical progression for me.
I mean, the way her portals are supposed to be activated is she activates them like incidentally in her moments of immense fear or immense emotions. That's how they've been activated accidentally. So if Doctor Strange turns and tries to kill her, that does solve some of the problems in this scene.
Yeah, but I think you could make the argument, though, that if he tried to kill her, he would be immediately successful, and then the movie would be over.
That is also true.
That is also very true.
Yeah, it would be very, very easy.
Yeah, like I said, the writers wrote themselves into this problem, and it's not my job to figure out how they should get out of it. I'm just pointing out that that's a problem.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the aspect of James Gunn's Suicide Squad where you get introduced to characters that could easily go at any moment. MCU is very like, if they introduce a character, that character kind of stays throughout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially in this situation where it's important.
Something minor I would like to add to this scene is Supreme Strange. When using his magic, it's blue or a light blue compared to original Strange's orange, which to me in the comic isn't really a change. I mean, he did use ice magic, but that doesn't necessarily change the color. I believe it's only there to show difference, that this isn't quote unquote our Strange. I think that's the only reason for it.
Yeah. I just assumed ice magic. I didn't put much more thought into that. But it's possible.
Well, in the screenshot that we have up, his wrist is orange. The trap, like the way he's holding the trap in.
No, he holds the trap in blue.
Okay.
Actually, I guess the screenshot's slightly off, but yeah, it's a very light blue.
All right. I guess that was some trailer stuff they edited it or whatever for the film itself, which is, I guess, is a nice visual distinct difference that the magic is different in this universe or whatever.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And also, go ahead, Crimson.
No, you should both go at the same time and just.
I was going to point out something I thought was quite stupid looking, which was America running underneath the ribbon monster to get to the books.
Oh well, yeah.
That looked really bad, and I don't know how it didn't grab her when she just started running. But
Yeah.
nitpick.
I think the point of that is just to establish that they can't see underneath them. Much like The Incredibles.
I mean, she swung on it.
That's true. Yeah.
Anyway, what were you saying, Sprinks?
I was going to say that before this even started, for the Marvel Studios logo opening, at the point where how it usually goes, all the same, and the image of Captain America goes to throwing the shield, and then it goes into Endgame, the I guess time heist kind of scene before spiraling into the logo. It is 80% Doctor Strange and WandaVision scenes. It's not the normal of a mix of all MCU stuff.
Yeah.
Which I don't recall if they've really focused on that in other movies or shows. But it stood out to me, just indicating like very much like showing where like a more character, I guess, based start.
All right.
I didn't notice. I've kind of tuned out the title now because I've seen it so many times.
That's fair.
So I didn't even notice.
But usually when they introduce someone, when they introduce someone nowadays, they usually just change like one little scene to include them in the logo, but a good chunk, a hefty chunk of the logo was changed to just Doctor Strange and Wanda.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, that's all I got for the first scene. So
I love that silence. Thank you for everybody to shut up for like a 30 seconds.
I think Sinister might want to take this transition into the next scene.
Yeah.
Would I? Why would I?
Where when they enter the portal, it does a camera spin into Strange waking up from a nightmare.
I mean, just go along.
The camera spin is a reference to Evil Dead when Evil Dead 2 specifically, when Ash gets thrown into a tree and lands in a puddle. Yeah. And is it?
I'm all Evil Dead, huh? That's all I am.
That's all you are to us.
You're the biggest Evil Dead fan here.
Oh yeah, I own the books.
So yeah, that's what stood out to me on that part.
Yeah, Sam Raimi putting his mark right where you want it, right in the beginning. You can't say it's not a Sam Raimi movie now. It is.
That's true. A lot of Sam Raimi shots.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot.
I will say Sam Raimi's direction is probably the best thing that ever happened to Doctor Strange so far. As far as like visual cues and everything, it's pretty on point.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah.
And we find out that he's going to a wedding.
There's a marriage.
He's going to a wedding.
Yes.
Going to a wedding with a very bad CG tie.
Yeah, well, I do have a small little note of what's to me a bit odd. Is when he wakes up in bed, he has an open like laptop.
Yeah, fell asleep watching YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, run it.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah, for all we know.
Yeah, he was doing research into I don't know
how
what
to tie a tie.
Or maybe or maybe he was lonely.
Might have been it. Yeah, it'd be funny.
Yeah, he was looking for a date to go to the wedding with.
Yeah, maybe.
No one accepted. No one swiped. Is right the correct side if you want to go on a date?
I have no idea. I don't use Tinder.
Really showing your age there, Crimson.
Oh, I'm a freaking 50-year-old man. What's technology? Where's my stereoscope?
So I think the wedding conversation between Doctor Strange and Dr. West it starts out really awkward, like, because I wasn't sure what tone they were trying to go for until he confesses that he got blipped and a lot of people died since he wasn't here, and I'm just sitting here like the MCU is never really going to acknowledge what would happen in that, are they? It's
not in big detail. I think the closest we're ever going to get is what happened in WandaVision. with Rambo waking up in the hospital. I think that's probably
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
or in Spider-Man. I guess they
yeah.
also
There's a bit of that there.
Some of that.
We're never gonna get the ramifications of that, like to a full exploration.
We won't get any of the bad stuff.
Yeah.
It won't be
No.
like people spawning inside of buildings or in
The
furniture or something.
Yeah.
Planes, all
Yeah,
that stuff.
that's never gonna
We're
happen.
not getting the graphic things, no.
But the wedding turns out to be Christie's wedding, Christine from the first movie. And
Also, I think this conversation with the Doctor to me is kind of the strongest connection, one of the strongest connections to the first Doctor Strange movie. Because I will admit, the first time I saw this, I did not remember who that was.
Either.
yeah,
I just went, oh, that's the guy from Men in Black 3. Oh, okay. I did not know. Second time, I went, oh, he's the Doctor from the first movie.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You didn't get that to the second time you watched it?
I'll admit the
Yeah.
hair is it threw me for a loop as well. I figured out as soon
they
as you said the name
changed
though.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out that he valued his cats more than his brother.
yeah.
Yeah, that was, like I said, it was a very tonally off scene. Like,
It was very weird.
yeah. That joke quota is just hurting a little bit here.
Yes. At the end of that
I-
conversation.
Don't know. It's very minor. It's something I know down. It's very minor. But right before Strange sits down in the pew, he nods and looks at two little boys who run by him.
Okay.
I don't know if that
That's
connects
him
to.
saying,
I don't know if that connects to Billy and Tommy with Wanda at all, or if that
probably
has
not.
any
No,
connection.
I think you're looking
but it
too
was
much
just-
into
that
that.
one's
Okay, it was just
definitely
two boys, and I'm
yeah.
like, interesting. Two
Two
little
boys.
kids.
It's called two
That's
boys.
definitely yeah.
You know how Strange
It's too
wore a
much.
black tux? They're obviously referencing the next Black Panther
Panther.
movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like,
Wakanda
maybe
forever.
he's mourning his past love life of Christine.
Okay, there we go. On to something. It's not a wedding suit, it's a funeral suit.
Yeah, it's a funeral for him.
yeah.
There we go.
Boo. Boo.
And then I honestly,
Boo.
we cut to from once we see Christine walking up the aisle. We cut to Doc at the bar, and
And he does a nice little biblical trick.
yeah, it was kind of funny.
Freaking
But
Jesus.
but I have to ask,
Haha!
what are the fucking spell implications that he could just turn water into wine? Can he do
Why
that?
did she come over with a glass of water?
She's pregnant. She can't drink.
That is true. Why do they have a glass of water at a bar?
On my second watch through, I came back and she walked in with it and just put it on the counter and ordered a drink. So she came in with water, put it down, and then asked for a drink.
Well, her fiance and her husband isn't around, so he can't counter drinks.
Charlie.
yeah.
He was so forgettable. I don't even remember his name.
He's such a big fan of Doctor Strange.
Isn't that funny? That's always a funny part of those things.
So yeah, it was just
What a segue.
I'm not good at segues, all right?
I was just gonna say, like, this is like the probably the least visually like stimulating.
No, yeah,
scene.
it's not a visually stimulating scene, but it's important because this is where they try to set up the theme.
This is where Doctor
They
Strange realized he made a mistake.
they try to set up the theme of like, because Steven, you always have to be holding the knife, I believe is Christine's exact words. And then
Yeah, you have to be the one holding the knife.
and then there's the question of, are you happy? And then,
Oh, the first time it's asked.
yeah, Doctor Strange lies.
He lies? How do you know?
Well, we'll discuss that one, won't we?
Yeah.
And then duty calls as he hears sirens.
I did write a quote that stuck out to me was always respected, never loved. I feel like kind of hit a little bit.
Oh yeah, from Christine. I always respected you for that. But
Okay.
yeah, it was a good
I
line.
was like, I don't remember the context of that. Yeah, that fit.
And this
Yeah,
is
car crashes, hysteria, freaking out. and a lady with a baby, of course. Baby
Oh,
stroller.
yes.
A baby.
Getting freaking hunted down by this tumbling car that defies physics that kept tumbling. And then Doctor Strange summons like a giant cat head to eat the car, which is a random spell.
Which is something, because we're just adding more spells onto this list.
That I guess is a good indication of what I brought up earlier, which Doctor Strange
creatures.
now has monster magic, which he has in the comics, which was never shown in any of the past MCU films with Strange.
We just kind of have to assume that the what if magic is at play here.
Could be, yeah.
This is pretty much all we're left to really assume.
Are they actually beasts, or just?
I don't think they are actually beasts. Yeah.
No, it's not something to be. It's kind of like Green Lantern, like.
Okay. Yeah. Just
so that's a problem.
Like he has control. Yeah, he has control of what he summons in, kind of.
Yeah.
Or creates, not summons, creates.
Yeah. What's the problem with that, though? I don't see it.
It's just a weird thing to throw in. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, it was cool. It was a cool visual, but it's the implication is that he can do this spell now. I'm like, all right, we're just gonna add another thing on the list, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, because I was gonna be like, most of his spells in like the last one were pretty visually boring. I'm gonna say boring a lot for the other movie because it was pretty boring. It was pretty bland.
He was learning how to.
Yeah. I know, that's what I'm like. I can believably be like, yeah, in like the 5 years since that happened, he could be a better sorcerer.
Yeah.
Other than
Infinity
a lot of
War, he showed
portals and whips,
some interesting abilities that he never uses again.
I think it's important for this. It's to note that Doctor Strange has a sling ring on his fingers at this time.
Yes. Was it ever shown that the Strange Supreme had a sling ring?
No.
I don't think he ever was holding one.
I don't remember.
I think it might have been on his waist, but I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, well...
Defender Strange waist.
Oh, okay.
And then, what he sees is a girl run into a bus, and the bus gets lifted off the ground, and he casts a sort of unveiling spell where that shows the monster, and it's a nice little detail, but the monster looks at him and actually gets red in the eye because like it gets angry at him.
There you reveal me.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
True. Well, this monster is one of the famous demons from the comics as well.
Yes.
I wouldn't know that. It's just
which kind of brings up your question of, if you want to touch on that now, the question of the naming for the first one in the first scene.
Yeah, sure.
So this monster, the eyeball one, is Shuma Gorath in the comics. He's a very old eternal demon being, and a lot of Doctor Strange stuff. But however, they changed his name for the movie to Gargantos to avoid any unnecessary legal disputes.
Fair.
Isn't Gargantos an existing octopus monster already in the comics as well?
Maybe.
I don't think this is strictly new.
The name was familiar, but I know this is not Gargantos. So I don't know if they're just trying to overwrite the name and combine both characters into this one, which would be odd.
Maybe.
But I think it explains why in the first scene the naming was never come across because of more than likely legal actions.
I also don't know how it would come up naturally anyways.
Yeah. There's
You're Gargantos, the giant octopus. Put that bus down.
Yeah. Strange casts an unveiling spell on the monster, and he also breaks down the component parts of the bus to send Cloak out to save America, who's trapped in the bus. And then he clamps the bus parts back down on the tentacle that's inside. So the bus is for the moment, connected to the monster. The cloak drops America next to Doctor Strange, and he looks at her like, "Do I know you?" with that expression, and then bus gets hurled at him, and he uses a giant saw spell, which is a very useful
Collateral
spell.
damage.
Well, I will say
Strange.
this again connects to another Raimi movie of a bus being thrown at the main character in a cafe,
Mm-hmm.
which is Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
I didn't see that parallel, but I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it's a bit on the nose that the first hero America meets in this dimension, in this universe, is Doctor Strange.
It's very lucky she ended up in New
Well,
York, of all
yeah.
places.
I thought that, but they attempt to explain that away at the end. If you guys remember that? Do I talk about that now or save that for later?
But
Go
announce
ahead.
it forward.
I was gonna say it's up to you. You
Okay,
want to share
well,
it now? If you don't.
Well, her jumps aren't completely random. Remember, they
Oh,
were
yeah.
taking her to where she needed to be, as Strange put it.
That's nice.
Okay, well, if it still took her to New York, there's so many
She
heroes
needed
in
to
New
be with
York.
that Strange.
Yeah,
So it put her right next to him around the block.
pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the lame explanation.
And then Strange, after using the spell, which is a very powerful spell, very cool. I wonder if it'll come in handy. He gets then thrown in. He gets knocked out and thrown into a cafe. So that's the completion of, I guess, your reference there, Spriggs.
Yep.
So now we got the big monster fight scene. The
Yeah,
infamous
that
Doctor Strange fight scene.
Kate
Yeah.
Wong appears on the scene.
And he portals in the Sorcerer Supreme, hero of the
Yes,
day.
the Sorcerer Supreme
But
with
why
his
does
little
he have a cape?
freaking
But
dagger
the Sorcerer
whip.
Supreme has a cape.
Yeah. The dagger whip is pretty cool. I actually like it. It
That's
does.
pretty cool.
It's a simple spell, and it's kind of an extension of something we've seen before, which is the whips that Doctor Strange is always using. So.
Mm.
Yeah, it has precedence, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's also when, I guess, the runes started showing up on the, I guess, Gargantos. Because I don't think they were there before he popped up, were they?
The runes started because before it's kind of just like lava cracks look. When one started attacking with his magic is when the runes flashed in. So I guess when like magic touched Gargantos, the cracks on him appeared as runes.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think their purpose is? Because it obviously doesn't protect it from magic.
I assumed it's just to indicate that they're being controlled by a witch.
Well, it's also
But wouldn't it
it's
have been
also
present
giving them power. Yeah, they're being controlled, and they're also more empowered than they would normally be.
Okay.
Maybe it's
I just, it's a weird thing because they use that as a reason to find Wanda. Like, do you know which? And they're like, okay, Wanda. But the runes weren't there the whole time. At least I don't think they were. And they don't really do anything.
yeah.
So
Well, I don't know.
strange.
Well, what constitutes not doing something though? I don't
like they don't
understand
protect it. They're just tattoos.
that. Oh yeah.
So if they were there just to show that it's controlled by a witch, they should have been there all along, not just once Wong bought it.
It's also important to note that the Sorcerer Supreme does save America, and thus saves the multiverse. Good on him.
Yeah. Don't
Oh,
let
yeah.
this little tiny argument between me and Crimson make it seem like nothing's happening on in this movie. It is happening. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there is a fight scene going on.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Take it away. if you got anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, at some point during the little Wong Sorcerer Supreme fight, gotta correct myself. The cape swoops in and throws America up on a building, I believe. And it gets
Able.
trapped by a bike that gets thrown by Gargantos,
Yeah.
which is insane to me.
Amazing aim. Holy fucking shit.
Amazing aim and nerfed the heck out of that cape that it couldn't get out from under the bike. Because that's a strong cape. It carries people.
It's kills people.
Yeah, murders everybody.
That cape is wanted for murder in like 7 states.
So strange. Oh, okay. Gargantos goes for America, and
somebody's trying to remember.
Yeah.
But I am trying to remember. Gargantos goes up the building, and Strange and Sorcerer Supreme are tied up with them, and they just fight. And then Strange gets grabbed, and then Strange just chucks a pole into him.
Yeah,
That's what kills Gargantos.
I don't know why they decided to attach chains to the monster. That to me was that didn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, they gotta put a challenge in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta make it look like they struggled for a little bit. They were just trying to make it feel better.
Just more magic variety, writer.
Yeah, I guess.
It also showed back to Christine at the wedding, saying like, "Oh no, a big fight."
And she was all like, "Oh, I'm so hot for that guy now, but I got a husband now. I can't go back."
To show
actually, no, her husband's actually more like
Charlie's into him.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, that's cool.
Whoa, you used to date that guy? What?
She looked like she was. Her face implied to me that she was like, "Of course, you had to do this on my wedding day."
Yeah,
of course.
It's like it's
of
not.
Course you had to show up my new slam piece right in front of me, huh?
It's not really. It's not his fault. Like, fucking hell, woman. Seriously, it's not Strange's fault.
Yeah, but if you were like dating Spider-Man, and he left in the middle of your one day off you had in the week to have dinner together, and go save the world, you would be a little ticked off. You would understand, but you'd be a little ticked off. I mean, admit it right now.
I certainly wouldn't be happy that my wedding got
ruined by a monster attack.
Finishing. That's for sure.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. And then Wu. Delete that.
Jurassic Park still haunting you,
yes,
Crimson?
Jurassic World in my head. Sorcerer Supreme tries to do the portal thing from Portal, but realizes he's freaking human. He shut down, opened a portal, and the second one was horizontal, so he shot into a car at
very high speeds.
And just stood up. Quite insane, really.
But at least someone is here is implementing portals at the frequency that they should be for how powerful of a spell it is.
Why don't they just put a portal inside of Gargantos? Wow. And just kill him like that, just like they did with
it based on what you can see, though? You couldn't see inside of it, so obviously you couldn't put a portal inside of it.
I mean,
portals aren't limited to where you see, because they open portals in what was it, Mount Everest in the first one, or whatever, some snowy mountain, and they didn't see that.
And I can guarantee you, Doctor Strange did not see Earth when he was on Titan during Endgame.
You can imagine what the top of Mount Everest looks like, though. It's my argument to that point. It's not like I'm gonna open a portal to inside of a big pool of granite or something. Like, you don't know what that's gonna look. I don't know. I don't think you could. You don't know what it looks like. You can't visualize it. It's all about visualization.
Is it?
That's how I always read it. It's all about visualization. Obviously, you couldn't go somewhere that you wouldn't be able to visualize in some form.
So you think they're limited to teleporting places they've seen before?
I don't think that entirely, but I think you'd have to have an idea of it. You couldn't just be like. Also, why would you ever want to teleport inside somebody? That would be disgusting.
No, not for you. Just putting a portal inside of it would force its innards to come out the other end of the portal.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I think there would be certain.
It's like if you put a portal in the ocean, water will start coming out the other end.
Again, this is a very. It's too OP. It would.
I agree.
They are very OP.
Well, no, I was just meaning in general. Any of the sorcerer stuff is like, yeah, because it's not based in science, so it can easily be breakable because there's no there's no cap on it. You have to put in a cap, but they're not going to waste the time to set that up.
Which is a problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, magic is a problem in anything, and that's why they put rules on most of it. But they don't do that in comic books because why would you ever put rules on powers? Come on, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay, if we're gonna get a little abstract, this is gonna get
I'm just saying in general.
This is gonna get very abstract very quickly if we start going to that direction. Because I argue rules need to exist for magic in order for payoffs with magic.
No, I agree. I'm just saying comic books, they don't care because it's not really the biggest problem with it, the rules. But I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's a bad thing. The situation. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm giving you the other side of the argument, which is that they don't care.
Yeah,
they should.
Which
they
is
should.
why. Yeah. All right.
But I don't. Also, though, I think because we've also brought up the whole thing with the. I think we're going to bring up something of. Why don't they just use the teleport to go anywhere? Why do they walk everywhere? Why can't they just teleport to places in the multiverse?
Yeah, that is a
problem. Why Ryder brought up why Defender Strange didn't have one.
Yeah, he didn't use a sling ring. Like, oh, okay, he must not have one. Okay, maybe they just don't have portals in this universe.
But it is but wouldn't that be a rule set up though if he couldn't use it to go there?
Well, the fact is he didn't
establish it. If it works that way,
it's a problem that.
I would accept it if they're like, you can't use portals in the void between dimensions. I'm like, okay, I can buy that. But that's nothing they said or established. Anyway. They didn't show him try and it not work.
Well, then we'd have like a 5-hour long movie because we'd have to have their whole story played out, wouldn't we?
All they would have to do is show him trying to use it, and it not
while he's running, you can just see the sparks coming up and then not working while they're running. You can incorporate that into an existing scene.
Yeah, but you could also make the argument that it doesn't show enough because what if he just didn't try it?
He didn't.
He didn't try.
He didn't try. I don't know. I agree that it's not great, but it's also a little, I'm giving it a little bit of like, well, yeah, you can just infer that obviously if there's something that could destroy an entire world, they wouldn't just have you be like, oh, let me just zip right over there and grab that. That's stupid.
Yes, but that's ridiculous. But this is writing the story for them. We have to work with what they've given us.
Listen, I'm going to be Joe Schmo over here. If I could figure that out, I don't think it's a huge issue. Honestly, I don't think there's a huge issue. If I could put two and two together, granted, I wish they would just do it for me. But
the stakes that they've established is the multiverse itself.
They did not establish the multiverse. Let's write that out. Right now.
Yeah, no. They
themselves did not. Yeah.
The stake. What is at stake here is the multiverse itself. Because they argue that the multiverse is going to get conquered by Wanda later on.
Yeah.
So the stakes here is that the multiverse is at stake. We know this because Defender Strange is saying in the grand calculus of the multiverse, as he's killing America or trying to.
Yeah.
You would be trying anything to get to the one book that can save the universe before the monster catches up to you.
One book in all the multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of what I'm aware. I'm aware of what I'm aware.
I thought you were saying. I thought you were talking about that they created the multiverse for this movie, and I was going to say no, they did not. That was not set up for this movie, and that's kind of a problem that they have. It is. I think
they could have established rules of the multiverse in this, but they did not make.
Oh, they're not going to do that. I don't know. I think you know what? I'm going to say this right now. We're only not even 10% in, but I'm going to say this right now. I think the multiverse kind of ruins Marvel. That's what I'm going to say right now. I think the multiverse makes this overly complicated.
I agree. That is why the DC at least tried to establish the rule of the 52 universes, and you have to work within the confines of it. They at least tried to establish a continuity. And Marvel did not. And
because I think most of the issues we're having with this, with the exception of a couple others that are inherently production related, were related to the multiverse because it's so vast and they really don't explain it because if they did, it would be really probably wouldn't make any sense anyway. So from the most part, but then also it would just set up a bunch of stuff later on that would just be really complicated and it would limit it. Okay, that's the problem. It limits the stories and therefore is bad, but it's also good because it limits what you can and can't do. But they're also going to be like, well, no, we're not going to do that because we want to just do everything. We don't want limits here. But
yeah, the problem with the infinite universes is like the Book of Ashanti. There's one in the entire multiverse.
Yeah.
But with infinite universes, there would be infinite Doctor Stranges or whoever going for that book. So there wouldn't just be our Strange in America there. There would be infinite number of people there for that book at any one moment in time.
like I said, the writers introduced the concept of infinity. They are not willing to fucking grasp with it as a concept. They're not willing to break out
everything.
they're not willing to deal with the consequences of introducing it as a concept. It's definitely on them for this.
What are your thoughts, Springs?
All right, so back to the wedding. Before we rambled off here, when they're looking out at Gargantos, you can see that everyone at the wedding can see Gargantos, which means that when Strange did the reveal spell, it wasn't just for himself; it was for everyone around, or kind of, I guess, anyone to see the Gargantos itself. It was on Gargantos and not just for Strange.
Yeah.
And for my first viewing, I thought that Wong could see it because he was just the Sorcerer Supreme. But now it makes sense that Strange just revealed it of itself to all.
Yeah, I mean, it would help people to run away from it, except for the one motorcyclist that drove into it. I don't know what he was thinking, but
drunk driving.
Yeah, maybe, but like it helps for, in theory, the idea of revealing the monster to help civilians escape. I'm okay with that. That's not a huge issue. That was okay.
Yeah,
it's a powerful spell. That's fine. Just adding it to the list at this point. But yeah, I can agree that it is interesting that he does that, and the implications of that. I think he did it to try and help civilians.
Yeah. And then a couple quick bullet points to the notes. Strange again uses monster magic, which I think is great to grab the lamppost to defeat Gargantos. Danny Elfman's score, playing the whole time, had notes to me that sounded like a Doc Ock's theme in Spider-Man 2, which made me think of not only the theme of Doc Ock, but a building that's being destroyed with a tentacle monster and a hero saving a woman. It's very, very reminiscent of Spider-Man 2, and comparing the two, one is far better than the other. I'll tell you, the CGI of Gargantos grabbing Wong and Strange is not good.
No, it is not.
That's something I had written in my notes.
Wow.
Where the CG itself looks good, but when they're in contact with real things, looks horrendous.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's a weird thing. If you look at Gargantos' tentacles, it's very well detailed and light hits it very well.
On its own.
But once it grabs someone, it looks horrible. Yeah.
Do we have anything else to say on the fight scene?
No, not really.
That was my point. It was just very much Spider-Man 2.
All right, then.
I hate how all it took was them to stab it in the face.
Yeah, it took them way too long to try that, especially when there's a saw spell that we introduced to like 5 seconds earlier, 10 seconds earlier.
Strange threw like a magic hatchet and cut off a tentacle instead of just throwing it into his eye or something. If it's that easy to cut him up.
I mean, he did that to save Wong. I understand why, but it's still, I agree. It's just...
I'm going to stay very quiet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything. Go off on a 15-minute tangent.
Another one.
Another one.
I All right. Guess we're done with that scene. Anyone got anything else for the cafe scene?
Yeah,
Well,
America steals his ring. before
Oh,
that.
oh
I don't know if
yeah.
anyone cares about that. But
little thievery. Yeah, well,
she steals his ring, gets it back, go to cafe.
I don't know why she stole the ring. She's been to 72 other universes. I guess she knows what a sling ring is. So
But she does not know how to use it.
doesn't know how to
Shown by
use
the
it.
end of the movie.
well, that was my one cafe thing I wanted to bring up. That she has been,
Superhero Cafe. Yeah.
as writer, you said she's been to 72 different multiverses, but she's only met 2 strangers.
I mean, that's not hard to
That's
believe.
not unbelievable.
It's hard to
me.
believe that she met 2.
Yeah.
With infinite possibilities,
Well,
odds of coming across
mean,
the same person twice.
I'm just trying to think how many of those
astronomical.
multiverses has she come across a sling ring then?
Well,
At least one.
there you go. So that must have meant.
Spoilers.
that
At
he-
least one has a sling ring.
Yeah, because later down, well, I don't know. We've been trying to avoid end stuff, so I don't
Yeah.
want to say that yet. But yeah, at least one ring out of the 72.
capacity, yeah. So she could believe here, but she could understand that. Hey, that's something that can get me somewhere controllably.
Yeah. And
So that's not a huge. I mean, it's a little bit of a leap, but I can understand that.
I think there's enough to believe that she would take it.
yeah, there's enough to believe
nothing
that
that would
she'd take
imply
it.
that she could know how to use it. She could be like Ned and be like, "Oh, I figured it out by just playing around with it."
For all we really know is she took it to try and avoid Strange chasing her, which in of itself
Yeah.
that's a problem. I don't know why she thought it would work because Wong is right there. And also,
I mean, she's also only come across one other Doctor Strange, and that didn't go great.
It's
So-
also a little, I guess, ironic's kind of the word. How, well, America's a bit sassy, and it says that she's only met 2
That's her character
strangers.
trait. Sassy.
Yeah, has only met 2 strangers, and then it's like, you don't know how this food is going to affect me, or I don't know if you put stuff that could kill me or whatever. And stranger's like, I don't even know if you're real from you're from anywhere. And then she immediately follows back by speaking in Spanish. She goes, "Oh, he doesn't know Spanish?"
Yeah,
yeah,
that's kind of what I brought earlier in this, where they literally threw it in just to be for a joke.
It's like
I don't
she's
think it's
met
even a
one
good
other
one.
strange, and she just assumes.
And
Assumes what?
she said that he
Mhm.
can understand Spanish.
Mhm.
And she says later, what's the first rule of dimension hopping? Anyone?
Uh,
find food,
um,
No, that was rule 2.
assume nothing.
Assume.
oh
nothing.
yeah,
So she assumed he spoke Spanish.
Oh man,
I don't know. I remember
Another-
reading
get
that as
everything you know.
like obviously she knew that he probably wouldn't be able to speak Spanish, and it was but I don't know.
so she's just being an
I
asshole.
think
That does.
I don't know.
I mean, she could have been a jerk. That kind of fits in her character.
Yeah, like
I didn't read that from it. It could be.
I just thought sassy teen.
Sassy teen.
And then one thing I do appreciate is the Sorcerer Supreme looks mortified that Strange went to Christine's wedding. Like, because I think that to me implies that their friendship very well. Like, because I think the Sorcerer Supreme would definitely have tried to talk Strange out of going to the wedding. So that was a nice little nugget that I did appreciate, and for a brief moment, I realized what characters are like.
See, I would argue that I think he probably should have.
Why?
Because,
Should
Well-
have gone.
yeah, that he should go to the
Well, yeah. I can agree
Yeah.
with that. I mean, still friends with her.
Like, I'm not saying he
I think
should-
it'd be-
Okay.
I mean, I agree that it's not. Listen, having been in not the same situation, but something similar myself one time, it's not something I would love to do all the time, but I think it's like it's like a form of therapy to you gotta own up to the fact that it's over in that regard, and then just kind of face it. I think that's like a good thing.
Yeah, let me clarify. I don't have an issue that Doctor Strange went to the wedding. What I like is that Wong tried to talk him out of it at some point because he's his friend.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
And
so
then,
Doctor Strange was Sorcerer Supreme before he got blipped, right? I'm not misremembering.
Yes.
Okay. So Wong knew about the Book of Ashante because he was Sorcerer Supreme and he has access to Sorcerer Supreme books.
Yeah.
So I do not believe that Doctor Strange would not have read that book, because even when he was training, he broke into the restriction section and was trying to read every book he could.
Yeah.
So I do not believe that for a second.
Yeah, I'm also in that camp of you can't convince me that Doctor Strange did not read this book when he was Sorcerer Supreme.
Well, you also got to remember that when he became Sorcerer, he kind of abused time travel. So
within the Sanctum.
Maybe it was something. I'm just saying. Maybe. I listen. This is total bullshit. I honestly I agree with you, but I'm just giving a little.
You're trying, huh?
They would have. That they could have. They could have. They didn't set it up, so it's obviously not true. But they could have just been like, maybe we don't let him have access to the most powerful shit in the the entire universe, because he already has fucked up with the main thing.
Even though he saved the world at the time.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to respected but never loved.
Yeah, so he's never it's not set up. So yeah, it just.
There is a potential.
It's all full hokum, but
it's there.
Yeah,
I know it's all full hokum, but.
Yeah. And then at the end of the cafe scene, Doctor Strange essentially says, "Unless you have anything else to say."
I was gonna say if Sprinks had anything, because he's been.
The rest of the cafe, no.
Oh, okay.
Then
I just had that
other
one.
than the lame Spider-Man joke.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't land for me, but I'm sure someone there enjoyed it.
I will say, for a movie focusing on the horror aspect of Marvel, or targeted to quote unquote say horror, Sam Raimi is a very good director for that, because Sam Raimi likes to do that horror comedy thing. But horror comedy is usually visually shown at times. The jokes in this movie don't very land at all.
No, yeah. I don't think Raimi wrote the jokes. The verbal jokes.
Yeah. I don't think Raimi wrote the script, because Raimi would have put a little more heart into this movie.
Like I said,
it was said written and directed by, and it was just,
he got signed on when they were halfway through the script. So he could have ruined things here and there, but
I'm sure all the scenes that seem very Raimi-esque, I'm sure he threw in there, but I'm sure that's probably only that 25%. I'm sure the rest of it's all the pre-written stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
It was written by Michael Waldron.
The Loki guy. What else did he do?
Who is also known for Loki.
Oh,
great.
Worst writer in the MCU.
And for
writer here.
Yeah, worst writer in the MCU over here. This guy.
All right, Michael Waldron, send us your contact information, and get back to you on that.
I mean,
look,
look,
if you'd like to be a guest star, please let us know.
Yeah, please. I would like to lambast you to your face. Honestly, I don't want you writing scripts anymore. You're not good, man. Sorry.
I guess a little hint to her character, America. She's eating pizza.
Yeah, she likes pizza, doesn't she?
Then she goes to eat pizza.
Pizza is the same in every universe, apparently.
That's her consistent character trait, is she likes pizza.
Yeah.
Doesn't. You don't like pizza?
At least it's a character trait,
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah.
All right, and then I believe next we got the Undead Strange scene is Proof.
Yes, Proof.
And I think the only thing I really have to say about this scene is the whole idea that we dream of our multiversal selves, which is pretty much ignoring other MCU movies which they have dreams, because now every dream is apparently multiversal. We're dreaming of our multiversal selves, and that's just a fucking can of worms.
Oh,
Can you think of one example?
20 movies.
Sure, Iron Man 3. He has PTSD dreams.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, he doesn't, but another one does.
The other one lives it.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Yeah, I'm just curious how the dream thing works. Like, how does it choose that dream?
It's such a world building problem that I don't want to address it other than just pointing out that it's a fucking problem because
Yeah, and I think, listen, I think going forward we should probably avoid a little bit of this because we're going to be here all day just talking about one thing that has nothing to do with technically this movie in particular, but has to do with the entirety of the writing.
So yeah, Sinister's right. If we try to turn this magic into science, it'll, oh boy.
yeah.
Well, no, I'm
Fair
just
enough.
saying, like, yeah, if we start like nitpicking the whole multiverse thing too much, we're going to go down a pretty narrow path that just goes back to like, yeah, it's a bad idea and it shouldn't be in here.
Yeah.
And
I will say
it's not this movie's fault, but it is
the reason I'm bringing this one up specifically is because it damages previous properties. Like they're losing their sense of continuity. So
I mean, yeah, but if it wasn't this movie, it'd be another one. So let's just give it that at least.
I don't have pretty much I don't have anything to say on the Dead Strange burial scene.
Me neither.
He's got a ponytail.
He does.
I mean,
he has
we
a
saw that
ponytail in one
scene,
universe.
but-
But ultimately,
Strange acknowledges it.
But ultimately, the point of this scene is that they are going to take her to Karmatage, and they're going to bring in help.
Yeah. And then another thing that I thought was strange was that he buried Strange on this roof and didn't bring it to the sanctum or anything. Kind of a big thing.
That was a little odd.
A different universe body just on a roof somewhere.
Well, I guess that also kind of falls into, is every single member, I guess, at the Kamataja, is everyone aware of multiversal travel?
Travel, conceptually,
technically they
probably,
don't,
but not it being reality, probably not.
I think somebody.
Strange
I
himself
reading,
didn't believe it until he saw it.
Yeah, I remember reading something because in the original movie they touched on They mentioned that like the sling ring could do multiversal travel, which again was I think something that the writer was probably gonna bring up at some point. But apparently, just based on the problem that that movie came out before the whole multiverse established. What they meant by multiversal travel was about 3 places, which was like the dark world, the in-between, and all that, which was more dimensional than actual, multiversal. So they actually can't do, like, travel between universes.
They tried, well, if we're going into the Doctor Strange 1, I think they tried to imply that different dimensions were different universes. That was where I thought they were trying to go with that. It wasn't good. It was still a problem, but they were at least trying to make a distinction.
Yes, but again, that was before we had all these.
Before
it was established that the multiverse was a thing, and so I think this is a little bit of a backpedaling, but they didn't actually mean you could travel in multiverse. So you can only do dimensionals. Yeah,
but they did acknowledge that the multiverse did exist. They did acknowledge that the multiverse did exist.
They did acknowledge that it existed, but they never technically stated that you could travel between.
Once again, Loki writer, you suck.
It was their own version of multiversal, of what they considered multiverse that they could travel between, but it's not the actual version of the multiverse. Just so it's all clear.
There was also.
No, you go.
Sorry.
I was done.
Well, I guess the last thing on the roof that I can think of is Doctor Strange is like, the power in the hands of Kid is crazy, but imagine with someone dangerous. And then she backs up thinking he's going to steal the power.
Yeah.
And then Sorcerer Supreme's like, hey, you want to come with us, child? To
Kamar-Taj?
I'm like, are you serious? She just backed away thinking you're going to kill her. And then you're like, come with us, please. It's weird.
Yeah, it's very, again, weirdly shot scene, weird with tone.
Read the rooftop one.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then they try to make a distinction between wizardry and witchcraft, or sorcery and witchcraft. Like witchcraft is with runes now, and I'm like, okay, at least that has a rule to it now. But he goes to bring in Scarlet Witch as a for backup. And we find her where we left her off in an after credit scene for WandaVision, which is
a nice little tie-in with the music.
Which also true. Which is she's tending her little olive orchard and having dreams of her children, which we now know are established to be.
Oh, they're gone.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
Rod and Todd.
Also, I like to compliment the set designers, where when she wakes up, the whole room is so depressing looking with the color tones.
Oh, it's very gray.
Yeah.
It's like, you could feel it in the room, like, oh, this is a depressing
gray,
thing. Right now.
and then they shot it to be even more gray.
Also, I guess going along with how what their story of the dream thing is her dream before she wakes up isn't a memory.
It's a multiverse.
It's some other
alternate. Yeah,
it's an alternate self. So, I guess it does carry over their dream discussion into this scene.
Well, it might also be like magic people have more of an inclination to do that. That's also not stated, but I could also believe that if they had set that up, that would have been.
You said all
believable.
dreams, though.
I know, but I'm saying I feel like that is one part where they could have written that differently, and it would have made more sense, and they could have. It wouldn't have been world breaking, but
I guess I could believe if strong magic users could figure out that they're not really dreams. They're like Wanda. She figures it out by herself that they aren't dreams. They're visions into a different universe.
Which could be because of the Darkhold, but
it's never really said. It could be implied.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was just saying like because I forgot that you said that it was all dreams. So technically they've already fucked themselves, but they could. I'm just saying they could have said it that way, and it would have been
planned
better.
ahead. Yes.
Yeah. It could have been better, but they decided to go the lazier route. So
yeah. For this scene, I do have a fair bit to say about the writing. Especially,
I knew this
go
one would
ahead.
be
this is a hot topic. This is a hot topic for me. So I'm just gonna walk you through it really quickly and then complain about it. So Strange arrives, asking for her help, and she's like, "I figured you want to show up and talk about Westview," and he's like, "I'm not here to talk about Westview." And it's like, I hurt people, and like, yeah, but you put it right in the end, and I was never in doubt, and I probably threw my notebook against the wall. Strange, I know you're like supposed to be like, while the Avengers protect the world from physical threats, you're supposed to protect it from like magical ones. I'm pretty sure capturing an entire town and enslaving them to do your whims, to do their whims, would be a fucking threat. So I already was thrown out of this scene. 1, 2. We know that it's witchcraft. They explicitly state that. And he knows that Wanda has done... This is after the Westview incident. So he should be really, really cautious during this conversation. But instead he's just spilling out all this information. And the only reason that...
Well, he's not the smartest man alive.
That's true. He's not the smartest. He's not the smartest man alive, but he's supposed to be a very intelligent character.
Yes.
And
you know what, Crimson? He's smarter than the smartest man alive.
You're right.
Yes, 100%, and that's just a fucking low bar. And the only reason that Strange figures out that Wanda is the bad guy is because she, after getting everything she could possibly want, where America is, that they're inviting her to go help them, and so she can see and meet America in person, is because she slips up and says America's name.
So cliche. Pathetic.
This scene is abysmally pathetic, and this scene should be. They're both trying to get as much information as possible from each other without giving anything away. And it's not that at all. They both give the entire game away to each other. And it's not a good scene. There is, however, I guess my one nugget of gold for this scene is that Wanda, when she cuts off an olive branch leaf, Strange reaches over and sniffs it, and he says, "It smells very real." and I thought that was to imply that he knew that he was in a hex of some sort. But
it just showed how oblivious he was.
it just showed how oblivious he was.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't read it like that at all. You guys are totally different than me.
Oh.
How did you get it?
I actually read it like, yeah, he was like, oh, I know it's not real.
No, he was surprised.
Yeah,
when it was revealed.
Yeah, like I thought it was to imply that he knew it wasn't real. God, this scene sucks. All right, someone else talk about it if you have anything else to add.
I don't really want to.
Okay.
So
I have one
like
little thing. Oh, okay. Crimson,
go
you go.
ahead. You haven't talked much, Frank. You first.
I just had one little thing. I was saying even on my first watch through, I could automatically tell it was not real by one thing that was given away. Before saying America's name and then revealing everything, Wanda was not in her accent. She was in the normal Westview speak. And to me, that automatically gave it away of this is not real. And it wasn't until she realized.
Just her talking?
Yeah, she's not in her accent.
She doesn't use her accent anymore. She
No,
hasn't used that in a long time.
No, she hasn't used it when she's in Westview. So mostly all of WandaVision, she's not using the accent. I think she only uses it when she steps out to tell like the guards or the people trying to break in to like leave her alone. I think that's the only time she uses the accent. But when she undoes the hex, then her accent's back.
They dropped her accent after Ultron.
Yeah.
Are you saying her accent? What?
They haven't been using her accent in anything other than her introduction, and it spatters here and there. It slips out. But she just speaks normal all the time.
Yeah, I don't think she has her accent in Civil War.
They even acknowledged this in WandaVision with
A joke.
With fake Quicksilver. And he's like, where's your accent? Because she doesn't use it anymore.
I thought that was only for Westview.
Oh, you need to watch the other Marvel movies again with her in it. She doesn't use it anymore.
Oh,
I know, that's what I was like confused. You're like, I was like, I'm pretty sure she hasn't used that in a while.
Yeah.
I do have one note about. I have another note about the scene. They go through the list of heroes that that Strange thinks about bringing. And I'm like, they should definitely bring in Hawkeye, just because
Connection.
Connection to Wanda, especially what he especially should have brought. Yeah. Sorry. He should have brought Hawkeye in the moment he realized Wanda was evil, because.
Oh, he's retired.
Yeah, but I mean, you still can use him as a counselor. He was
You
retired in
know.
Civil War, and they brought him back then too.
Yeah, but he's retired. They said it in the show. Come on, get with it. It's over.
I felt bad that he insulted all the insect superheroes.
Yeah, that was somewhat amusing, but it's
Poor Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Wasp. That's one.
Oh, that was 3 there, right? Wow. Can't believe there
like
was
there was
more
another
than
one.
3.
Basically
Black Widow.
Yeah, they're,
Arachnid.
yeah.
Superhero is a little bit of a leap there, but yeah, go. Yeah.
After the conversation between Wanda and Strange is over, it looks like we're in Mordor, and I like the visual appeal of everything under the hex. It was very evil, very corrupted. And like,
Yes,
if you
evil.
just to make sure that you didn't have any qualms that this person's supposed to be a hero, then Wanda's evil for
she
this,
turns the orchard into a Dead by Daylight map.
pretty much.
Well, she doesn't turn it. It was always like.
Oh well, yeah.
the world's
she
looking.
reveals it.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite lines is, "Your children aren't real. You crafted them using magic." And then her response is, "Well, that's what every mother does." And I just,
everybody does.
fucking hell.
She's pretty crazy in this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna give it. Like, if I was in a simulation and everything, and it was all fake, and it was all, I'd probably go fucking crazy too. I mean, She's also
my-
like, though she was already like not stable to begin with. She was already kind of like.
Yeah, no,
supposed to be
I'm fine with her being evil. Her justification for being evil is to me.
No, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that one, but you know.
Yeah, and
What was
then
the line where she's like, "If I break the rules, I'm a bad guy, but if you do, you get away with it or whatever. You're a hero."
and then
Well,
this
yeah, he did break the rules.
and this is the part where I remind that Doctor Strange saved the universe and you enslaved an entire town. I don't think there's an equivocation that you can make here.
Well,
Any attempt at equivocating is not going to
They're
work.
both rules broken, bare bones. So
I-
I was going to say, like, technically, you know, this is a totally off topic a little bit, but you know, is breaking the rules, you know, in the situation, and then fixing it at the very last moment and say, isn't that like almost as bad as like just doing it, you know, for the sake of your own, you know, pleasure or something? I mean, because you're still doing it. Granted, you fix it in the last moment, but you still like. The fact that you had the ability to do it. Right?
So we talked about Defender Strange was willing to kill America to save the universe. Murder's bad.
Yeah.
Are you saying it's not?
Well, no. But you know, I think it's quantifying the good. So, because
there's got to be a payoff.
Doctor Strange could have just like ended the entirety of humanity, right? I mean, but you know, but. Wait, hold on. What part are we arguing here? I'm talking about like Spider-Man No Way Home. Like, are you talking about like the first movie?
He erased it. As far as I understand how the spell works for that movie, is he erased the identity of Peter Parker from everyone's minds.
Well, no, but that whole multiverse was all technically not supposed to do that.
Yeah, but he's doing it to...
I guess that brings up to what rule is she talking about? Is she talking about Spider-Man? I didn't think she was talking about Spider-Man.
He's doing it to save the multiverse, because the idea was the multiverse was going to collide into our universe. Like, everything was going to bleed through. And that's why he did it, because he did it to save the universe again.
So it's okay to break the rules if you're... I guess that's what she's trying to say, though.
She's implying that they both...
the rules...
Yeah, she's implying that they're...
I'm not saying... Yeah. Listen, what she was doing was bad, but technically, I mean, she's still technically, in a way, correct, just by based of, you know, the...
They both broke rules.
If you're talking without context...
Is like, it's okay to break some rules, but not every rule. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of
context.
Yes.
But we have context.
We do, but it's technically... She's technically still correct. I'm sorry. I agree with her in the way of, like... that...
Again, enslaved an entire town, saved the universe. There's no equivocating that.
So those are the two rules if you're gonna like do something good, but by breaking the rules, you're still. I'm just saying you can go both ways with it, because if you say you can break some rules but not other ones, that's a little bit of a wishy-washy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no solid line for this. It's just gray.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's a gray line.
Yeah, but without context, yes, they both broke rules. They both broke rules for different reasons.
Yeah.
And that's why her argument falls flat on its face.
Yeah. What rules are they going to do? Come on. This was a bad movie.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, it was.
For all the warts, this is just a flawed movie. I'm just going to say it. Why are we talking about this? Come on, let's go through this. Come on, let's go.
Anything else for this scene, gentlemen?
She gave him till noon or something. She gave him a time frame to prepare.
Oh, yeah, didn't she say like till nightfall? Which I thought was weird.
Till midnight. Well, it wasn't midnight there.
Yeah, like I said, he said till nightfall, and it was sundown, I guess, when she arrived. Like the sun was going down.
Either way, she gave him a time frame to screw up her day. Pretty much the typical bad guy thing. Instead of just going there right away.
Okay, corral.
This is where I guess we're going straight to Carmitage, everybody. I'm assuming we have a lot to say about this. this is where it's confirmed. I just want to point out it's a very Raimi transition. At least I attribute it to a Raimi transition, where Wong is kind of walking in onto screen as this camera's panning upwards.
Oh, the cutout thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
I forgot about that.
It was very odd, but it was very Raimi. Like, it didn't bother me. It was just odd. You know, nothing else to say about that. And then this is where we discover that if Wanda, now that she's introduced herself as the Scarlet Witch, we get the lore of the sorcerer lore on the Scarlet Witch, it being that it's prophesized to either rule over the universe or destroy it, and that her taking America's powers means the end of the multiverse.
I know we said we wouldn't talk about the multiverse as a whole, but I got to point this out. So with Infinite Universes,
they introduced Infinity. Go right ahead. The writers
to
did that.
be one Wanda that succeeds. There's no way that the heroes win in every single universe. So there's got to be a Wanda in a different universe that destroyed the multiverse. So
I mean, yeah, essentially like what Evil Strange did in the What If episode.
Yep.
well, that was just
Destroyed.
destroying one universe.
Well,
This
that's
is
still
multiverse
destroying. Yeah, still destroying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is.
so because we stopped this one, some other one should have succeeded somewhere else,
Yeah.
and would have killed everyone here regardless. If we want to view it through those lenses,
Yeah, the writers introduced Infinity, so they have to, unfortunately, deal with the consequences of that. Then after their talk, they decide that they are gonna pretty much defend. They're turning Carmitage into a defensible fortress.
oh God,
Yeah, me too, me too, Crimson.
Jesus.
But it's
this is just a knockoff of the Village from Shang-Chi, except this is supposed to be like the magic place to do magic. This is supposed to be crazy powerhouse. This is the Hogwarts fight, but we get a bunch of guys with sticks and cannons. Freaking pathetic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just kind of zip through the conversation between Strange and Wanda, because Wanda arrives, shocker, right on time. Pretty much, the conversation is Strange is, "You've sacrificed a lot," and she's like, "Don't speak to me of sacrifice, Stephen Strange." And to which I'm like, "Didn't he die? Like, he got blipped with you?" So
You're also forgetting Dormammu. He died a lot.
oh yeah, I forgot. Infinite
Wanda
suffering.
would know that, but he has sacrificed a lot, so she wouldn't know any of that stuff, I guess. But
Yeah, but infinite suffering. Just, high horse is great over there, Wanda. It's really wonderful.
I did like the cloud coming in and what appeared to be eyes, but it was just her hands glowing coming
Yeah,
out.
and then
that was a
Same.
nice,
I wrote
nice look.
that was a good fucking visual. It was a neat fucking
Yeah.
visual. I loved it. If you, I like the reaction from Strange where she's like, "If you give me what I want, you can be with Christy. I can take you to a universe where you can be with Christy." I like his reaction. Like, I think he kind of realizes that she can manipulate him, and he kind of, that's when he kind of goes defense mode, pretty much. He's like, I've been reasonable despite your hypocrisies, and I'm just like, I don't know where these hypocrisies are. I'm sorry, Wanda. I know you're going crazy and you're evil. It's just, it's unsupported dialogue.
Yeah. Can't
So
add much more to that.
this battle, I just anyone have any comments to say about
This
Strange talking to Wanda?
Freaking slaughter.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to bring up. I thought it was a cool note to add that they brought in the other defenders of the other sanctums to come.
That is-
I mean,
That is nice. Yeah.
it wasn't just who was ever at Comitage. Whether they left their sanctums undefended at that time, I don't know. But
They probably left one guy.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Kamitage's defenses. So they got what, a few hundred people here, I guess, a couple
Yeah.
hundred.
Yeah.
And they all put up their shield around Kamatosh, giant bubble shield.
Yeah.
So it was completed. It was a completed wall. And then once Strange's talk failed, Sorcerer Supreme said, reinforce the wall. So a lot of more guys started building up the wall.
Yep.
If you get what I'm going at here, one guy fails and it leaves a hole in it. So did only one guy add reinforcements? It doesn't make any sense. A completed wall was added with more, but if you take away one, it failed.
Yeah, it seems more like a
horrible
puzzle piece of everyone has to plug holes and patches.
That's my point of the reinforcements.
Yeah, opposed
they didn't
to
add
I
any
guess.
holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know that Wong is capable of casting a giant shield in Endgame when he's protecting everyone from, Thanos' raining fire or whatever. And so when there's a hole in the wall, he doesn't immediately plug it. Neither does Strange. Theoretically, the two most powerful people here, and neither of them just reinforce the barrier.
I have a hard time believing that there's no artifact used to defend this place. It's strictly magic users.
Yeah.
There's nothing they have. They have a museum of artifacts at their sanctum alone, let alone their base. So I found that very strange.
I'm sure if Strange was Sorcerer Supreme instead of Wong, this fight would have gone differently.
I don't know, because this is all based off of all these no-names.
Well, I think Strange would have allowed so many artifacts to be used. But Wong's like,
I don't
those are
think Wong's
sacred.
against using them, is he?
Oh, I think Wong was against anyone getting books.
He's fine with Strange using the cape. He never brings that up as a problem. And the cape was an artifact.
Yeah.
And the Eye of Agamotto. Agamotto was also an artifact.
But that is the only one that he had using. That is the only one that I think he had issues using it. But the Eye of Agamotto was the only one I think he had issues with.
Agamotto's different than the Time Stone, though.
Yeah.
It's its own magical artifact.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if Wong's completely against using stuff, especially since this is a multiverse threat. Why wouldn't you use everything at your disposal?
I find it very lame that Wanda just sneaks into someone's head to break through the shield. This one person, where they could have actually tried to do some clever things that we've established. Like, what if she starts making runes? Because you can't to try and rebuild them all into a hex, so that would limit their magic use. That would be very clever.
Another question: is witchcraft different?
They have attempted to make a distinction. So
would her runes stop their magic? Because they're different. Since, like you said, they're making a difference between them.
Even I would have appreciated Wanda at least trying this over what we got, whether it works or not.
True.
Because this is a very disappointing slaughter. This scene, it's not. The archers don't do anything until she's in the shield. They don't coordinate anything. They don't attempt really to do much.
They tear apart like papered water.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Yeah, I'm like, well, the sorcerers are worthless, I guess. That's wonderful.
Watered paper. That's what I meant.
Yeah. And then I have to bring up another infamous spell that we should be using. Why aren't we putting Wanda in the mirror dimension at any point during this battle?
We'll save that for later.
Yeah, we get a little. Yeah.
I mean, how about another question? We saw Strange multiply in Infinity War. Why don't all these sorcerers do that? They all have physical properties. All those Stranges used a whip attack. They're not just illusions. They have physical presence.
That's true.
So why don't all these people multiply and make this shield unbreakable? There's just so many things they could do creatively, but they just did magic arrows and magic cannonballs.
There's so much.
the
They
only-
just did nothing.
Yeah.
The only thing I have that might go with that is that these people at Commentage are probably still students, much like Strange when he started, so they only know so much. But I'm certain, as you said, Crimson, I am certain there are definitely people here,
Yeah,
besides
there's teachers.
Strange, who know how to. Yeah, all the teachers know probably how to multiply themselves. I'm not saying everyone can multiply themselves because there's definitely students here who don't have any clue how to do that, but it's still applicable.
Yeah.
Wait and see.
Yeah. I guess another complaint here, if we're going to just complain about stuff they've established that they can use. Guys, you could just open up portals and have archers shoot through them and then close them before Wanda can react. Like, this is not a hard tactic to come up with.
That's risky. That's a risky one. I think.
It is risky.
If she did like an area attack move while there's a bunch of portals being opened and closed, stuff would get through them. So I think that could be easily combated.
Yeah.
I think that's not necessary.
That's something, like I said,
that.
that they would do that as a start until she figures out how to counter it. Once she's countered it, they would stop.
Do you think they'd risk it? Risk a counter at all? I don't think that would be wise.
Well, the goal.
Tactically.
Well,
One weakness could screw everything up. And
This is me trying to throw the fucking writers and the visual effects department a bone and how they could have used pre-existing spells to make this fight more tense rather than the slaughter that it is. So I agree. I wouldn't do that if I was in charge. I would just.
I mean, they could have conjured a bunch of spells of saws and the cats and claws and everything used against the octopus.
I have a question. Do you think anyone here at Commentage had the intent to kill?
I don't see why they wouldn't.
Wanda's going to destroy the multiverse. The Sorcerer Supreme has laid down the fact that if she gets to America, this is the end of the multiverse. Yes,
Okay, so
I
this
100%
brings up-
think that they're willing to
This brings
kill.
up another thing of why they didn't use. If they are intended to kill Wanda, why couldn't any of them, or Wand, for instance, because he did in Infinity War, open a portal and close it when she's like halfway through?
Yep.
That's kind of like what I said with the octopus.
Yep.
The portals are too strong. They really shouldn't have shown that in Infinity War.
To be fair, this is not this movie's fault. Portals were established in Doctor Strange 1, but the fact of the matter is, it is established as a spell that you can use.
I was going to bring this up later towards the end, I guess, but one thing we can't fault this movie towards in any regard is No Way Home. Because the timeline of this movie and that movie were complex over each other, so they can't exactly connect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's not much connection between them.
No.
Other than a
I'm
reference.
just saying
that this
something
is,
established in that movie that's already come out can't affect this movie because originally Multiverse of Madness was supposed to come out before No Way Home.
Another thing with Wanda's power level is she can alter reality. That is something that's been established. So she could just turn this castle into pudding. She could literally do anything with reality altering powers.
Yeah.
As we will see one instance of it later.
Yeah, this is the death of internal consistency at its finest.
I think my favorite. That's not really seen, but my favorite, I guess, clip, which is the downfall of the shield, is when she whispers into the guy's ear, "Run." I like how it's silent.
Yeah,
it feels eerie with how she just floats in there.
Yes,
I think that's my favorite look in this movie.
It's a very good looking CGI. Because unless that's not CGI and she was actually hiding behind this guy.
No, that has to be CGI.
But that looks very cool.
Her hair is blowing, his isn't.
Yeah.
So yeah. But looks good. I like that part.
Mm-hmm.
Out of this whole nonsense, I'll take that.
Yeah. So shield breaks down. The sorcerers get fucking slaughtered, and the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, just run inside to try and help America. Strange does try to trap Wanda in something. It was a good trap. Just I don't know what it is.
Well, it's the mirror. dimension.
I thought it was the mirror dimension.
Yeah, that was the mirror dimension.
No,
That's why I said they used it later.
Is it the mirror dimension? Like
It was
That
a
is
mirror
the mirror
dimension
dimension.
trap.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was.
I didn't think it was the mirror dimension at all. I just thought it was a trap.
Oh,
Because
that was mirror dimension.
that's depressing. Because
Or
mirror
at least
dimension is
this
supposed.
movie's version of the mirror dimension.
Yeah, let's go with this movie's version of the mirror dimension.
Sinister, did you have anything to talk about the fight? Yeah, we kind of talked over a lot.
No, not really.
All right.
Yeah,
And-
mirror dimension-esque scene, I guess, if we can't definitively pinpoint.
Yeah.
Where
I actually don't think it was the mirror dimension. I think it was a trap meant to resemble.
Yeah,
mirror
I
dimension
didn't think it was
sorts,
the mirror
but,
dimension either. So.
Because he didn't do like anything like orderly, but
Mhm.
still cool. I'll agree.
Okay.
Uh,
I guess that's something we could fact check later down the line. Because if it isn't mirror dimension, then it's kind of just a weird box then.
yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah. Moving on.
moving on.
The Strange tries to portal out with his sling ring, and then we see like Wanda's like red
Disintegrate.
glowing magic disintegrate it, and we get a nice small little taste of horror, I think, in this scene. Nice nod for what Sam Raimi likes to do.
Closing
a lot of-
doors, the
lot of
zoom
Dutch angles.
the zoomed in Dutch.
Yeah,
Guys getting dragged through puddles.
yeah, and then
Which
Wanda's
why
using
are
her.
puddles.
I
Wanda's
don't know what to call it. It's the background, like demonic kind of scream.
yeah,
The slight screech
yeah,
sound.
yeah. I don't know why they're puddles either, Crimson, but there are puddles, which sucks for them.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them.
uh,
So, okay, did she put those guys in, I guess, the knockoff mirror dimension? She just leave them in there? Or where do you think they went?
I guess they went into the mirror dimension because she's traveling through reflections.
mhm.
So my best guess is she just put them in whatever it was she was trapped in.
Poor guys.
I know.
And they're not going to be smart enough to walk through reflections.
And then another one of my favorite Wanda lines when she finally like disturbingly crawls out of the
The Gone.
Where it
gone.
almost looks like stop motion.
Yeah,
claymation
very Evil Dead.
look. Very.
Sinister, what was it, Linda was the name of the girlfriend?
Yeah, Linda.
Okay.
Is that all you wanted, or?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just clarifying that from Evil Dead, the character that it resembles.
Yeah, Linda. Yeah,
Yeah. And then
that's a stop motion thing.
after she crawls out, we get one of my favorite lines from Wanda. I'm not a monster, Steven. You're just keeping me from my children. And I'm like, the level of disparity here is just getting bigger for.
She's full on crazy right now. So,
Yeah.
I'm not a monster, I'm a mother. I just slaughtered hundreds of students.
I mean, if they wanted to live, they could have tried harder.
They could have, portaled out of there.
Yeah. Was it Wong or Strange that asks Wanda the question of what happens to the mother she's going to replace?
I
Steven said that.
Yeah,
Steven said that, yeah.
and then Wanda just smiles really evilly, like she knows she's gonna fucking murder them. I'm like, all right, that's villain. We got our villain, guys.
This poses another issue. Why doesn't she pick a universe without the mom?
I have no
That's
idea.
A big question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't it be weirder though if like you were like two random kids and this lady just comes in and like takes you or something. I mean, granted, a lady coming in and killing your mom or whatever is better, but you know what I mean. Like, it's weird either way. And I guess like at least there's a pre-existing relationship that way. If she kills a mom, it's not much better.
That is fair.
Crimson to that, I only have one thought to answer against that, is that these kids aren't real. Billy and Tommy are not real children. They're not like brainwashed kids from Westview. They are physically, magically created by Wanda. So I don't think they would even exist and be around if there's no Wanda there.
No, that's what you come across with Infinite Possibilities. Is those
Yeah.
kids would be real somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a paint world.
Yeah.
That's true.
So there will be a made-up kid Wanda universe. That is nothing I'm complaining about. That makes sense for infinite universes.
Yeah.
Where's Vision? That's another question.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Well.
I knew we were going to get there sometime,
Yeah.
but I didn't know we bring that up now.
Well, this would be the time they're talking about family dynamic here.
Yeah.
Of Sinister brought up a good point where it would be weird if just Wanda pops up where either their Wanda's dead or whatever, not present.
Yeah.
But her perfect family dynamic doesn't have Vision in it.
She doesn't care about Vision
They couldn't
at all.
afford
She
Vision.
brings it up once, right?
Yeah.
She says, like, I had to
Yeah.
kill...
I had to kill the one I loved or whatever and got
Yeah.
for nothing.
That's the only mention of Vision in this like whole movie. There's not even photos of him in any of the houses of like the other Wandas.
Mm-hmm.
They did not think about
Well,
that
I
at
mean,
all.
also though, if you were like, I mean, given a little bit of a leeway here, if you went to a dimension that where you had, you know, your perfect life and family or whatever, you had the kids, you had the husband, you're gonna kill the wife, and then you're probably gonna have to kill the husband because he's not gonna want to like be with his wife who's a, you know, I mean, like it's probably like would just like it would end up not working out in some way of like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Because
that would make sense.
he's not gonna. I mean, granted, you could also, well, she has manipulation of reality or whatever. But it's like, well, yeah, but if she's already gone down that road and it's scarred her, I don't think she'll go down it a second time just because she has to.
It could also be a universe where Vision's willing to give it a shot.
Oh yeah, an infinite, yeah.
Yeah, so that.
Well, that is again. There you go. You're going into the finites of it, and it's like it would be impossible. It solves every problem and creates every problem.
Yeah.
Well, then there's the
There's
thing
no
where
stakes. There's no stakes. Let's just be real here. There's no stakes in any of these movies anymore now because of that. There's no stakes. It's all everybody is impossible.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Come on. If everything exists, then these stories don't matter.
You're right. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That is the problem they introduced with this.
That's the main problem with this. There's no stakes because this is just that one story, and there's a billion other ones that have happy endings. That's the main problem with all these movies now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the thing where why does she just make another hex bubble and make her kids and Vision again in the middle of nowhere without having to brainwash or control people?
No idea.
Yeah.
Well, she's also fucking crazy, so I don't think she's thinking logically at all. She has one goal and she's going to keep going for it, even if it doesn't make total sense. That's one little saving grace for this.
Yeah.
I guess crazy does as crazy does. Crazy is what crazy does, whatever the expression is. Let's see. Yeah, so after that
there's a little more monster magic.
We gotta jump.
Yeah, there is a little monster magic. Yeah, just before we jump.
But this one to me stands out a little more than the rest, which could go on to your absorption theory. Because while Strange is using, I guess, these snakes or Hydra beams.
Yeah, they're Hydras.
Because the head chops off and they grow in. Strange gives this, like, vampire hiss.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, found that kind of cheesy, but yes.
Yeah, that feels like it falls more on the absorption of a monster than using said monster magic. So.
I feel like that could be interpreted both ways. I don't know if it definitively points towards that or not. Because it hasn't really been established.
If not, then yes, it is very cheesy.
Could just be part of the Hydra spell.
I want to point out that also while Strange is attacking Wanda with this spell, Wong is doing nothing.
Yep.
No, he got knocked out.
Nope, he was standing right next to him for the scene.
Yeah. No. You're right. He's just standing there.
I can't tell if he's.
Does Sorcerer Supreme still have a sling ring? His didn't disintegrate, did it?
I mean, it would be. This would be the time to show it disintegrating if a competent writer or director was doing the scene.
Yeah, because he could have just portaled him out if he still had it.
Yeah. And then, that is the end of Act 1. When they fucking fall through the portal.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Wanda shoots Strange's cape.
Yeah, Wanda shoots
Yes.
Strange's cape. She was sucking America's power, and Strange saves America by tackling them both into the portal. And then this universe hopping sequence is really fucking cool. But that's the end of Act 1. Do we have any final thoughts?
Well, I believe through Act 1, that was the first 37 minutes of this movie,
Yep.
roughly.
Yeah, a lot happened.
Oh.
A lot, yes, a lot happened. Very messy.
Yeah, not it wasn't good, unfortunately. And not to say, like I said, I do enjoy this movie, but there is so many problems in it that it hurts the writing so much. A lot of visually pleasing sequences though.
Yes.
And I think we haven't really talked about pacing much, other than there was a lot that happened. I think the pacing's been okay. The Kamatosh part, that could have been longer.
Okay, yeah.
That could have been longer, but overall, I think it's flowed decently well.
I think the
pacing-wise.
biggest, I guess, time jump between two scenes was the orchard talk to Kamatosh preparing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm fine with that being really fast because I really don't know what you would fill that with otherwise that would really kind of matter in the long term.
That's true.
The only thing.
Fine.
Yeah, that's not a bad decision. I think the only thing I could think of that I would fill the time with is probably some bonding between America, Wong, and Strange, which is, I think important for building up characters, but they're not characters for this film.
Character, but slow it down because in the orchard we're building up to like a battle, but then if we had just like a little chat time and then we get a battle, I don't know.
I mean, the chat time would. The chat time would occur while they're walking through the preparations.
Yeah, but that's not much though, and it would just feel like kind of like, okay, I understand kind of why they're doing this, but if we had the same conversation of if they had done it, you'd probably be like, yeah, that was kind of okay, but it was sort of like unnecessary because it was only like a minute.
It depends on the writing.
Writer, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
to a point, and I agree. It does, depend on like what is the purpose of even adding this conversational piece before the battle, because they did that a lot in Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
every battle,
though, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just saying, almost like every battle, there was always that talk part.
Yeah, which I typically think is very important because you want to get the mental state of everyone in order. The calm before the storm talk is one of my favorite tropes in storytelling. I don't think they could have been included and they could have done it without hurting the pacing, but they
would have had that conversation and then they would have had to establish the Scarlet Witch backstory.
Well, you would do this. You would
just be another thing added to the list.
Yeah, you do the Scarlet Witch backstory thing first, and then as all the preparations are being done, that's when you do the conversation. And then the conversation ends when they see the smoke coming, like the storm, essentially.
Yeah, but I think though that it doesn't like it. But the problem is, okay, so we're sitting with the Scarlet Witch forest ending, we cut to the battle about to start. There's none of that like kind of downtime. I think if you put that in, it would be kind of a little bit jarring because you're starting like, oh, there's about to be some shit happening, and then it's like, oh, never mind, we're just talking.
Oh,
for
so
a
you like
bit.
pizza?
That just adds tension to the scene. Like the fact that they know that this is coming and they're trying to be
would have worked in tension. I know what you mean. I know what you mean
because we know nothing's going to happen to these people.
Yeah, like I said, that would have been an attempt at it. I'm not saying I don't think this writer could do it well, but I'm saying they could have at least tried to build. It would be something where they could have tried to build the characters. They've chosen not to.
Well, so I would argue that with going into Act 2 that it's better that they kind of waited, because if everything kind of is already set up really early, a lot of what goes through, like, Act 2 doesn't have as much to do, really.
Yeah, they get some bonding.
They do get some bonding. I do agree with that.
It's not long waited. It's quickly after the Kamatosh fight.
Yeah.
So you do get your.
Like I said, I get my. There's pacing issues with. I have pacing issues with the movie, but it's fine. Like I said, I get some of, I guess, their relationship bonding, but it's not.
Is the pacing issue though? Is the pacing issue because you want there to be more like character, like building or character setup?
I don't.
You think it goes too fast?
The story needs that. It doesn't. I don't want it there. It actively needs it to make it work better. Because I'm willing.
No, you need and want it. Technically, let's put it. Let's yeah. You need and want it.
Oh yeah, I need and want it. But the story legit needs this in order to add stakes, in order for us to care about the characters.
I see. That's my biggest though, and I agree with you. I'm gonna argue a little bit here, but I agree with you in the vast majority of movies that you're right, and that's not an argument at all. But with Marvel movies are a little bit of a special breed in that, with the exception of the Endgame and Infinity War setups of the time, most of these characters are not gonna die. Mm-hmm. So to try to like insulate that into some way feels usually phony to me. And I think if you like do it,
you don't have to imply that they're gonna die. You just have to add tension. What are the stakes here? We know that the stakes are
tension to something that can't happen.
Yeah. It really I know where you're coming from, but with like superpowers and shit. It's very hard. I agree you can do it. I'm not saying you can't. But it's very hard to... You have to be a really, really good writer to make that work. And
this is why...
It's not... And usually, even if that, probably 50 or 75% of the time, or 50 or 25% of the time, you're not going to make it, and it's not going to really work very well. And so I kind of don't fault them for not trying to do that more, because it's usually gonna not work, and it's gonna make the movie feel lopsided and bad, and without with trying, not even without trying, just like with trying to make it work better. So I'm not really gonna be, I agree that it should have it, and it would be better with it, but I really don't see how they could do it without it kind of being too much of a risk to make it, just.
What a wonderful segue for me to talk about my favorite MCU movie, Civil War. So, whether or not the characters are going to die.
Version? I love the comic book version. It's way better.
I've never read the comic version, and you know what? It's irrelevant to this movie being good. So,
okay. There you go. Stop it.
Tony Stark makes the choice to kill Bucky because Bucky killed his mom. I believe that Tony Stark was going to try to kill Bucky in this scene, because there is build-up to why he wants to do this. The only reason that no one dies in this scene is because Cap gets the better of him in the fight. So, the MCU movies are more than capable of doing this. I've seen what the best of this genre can produce.
Yeah, every movie
the fact that they've chosen to do it is the choice of the writers, and that does damage the film. That's pretty much
I wouldn't go so far to say it damages the film in its entirety. I would agree it's better with it than it is without it.
So it damages the film because it would be better with it.
Well, no, it just becomes better. Damaging it would be like if it could have been a great movie. Yeah.
If you take things away, that damages. If you add...
Okay, well, fair enough.
So.
Semantics, yeah. All right, fine, it damages it, but...
No, I was on your side. I didn't think it damaged.
I don't think this. Sorry, I was not hearing you out there on the defense. But I don't think, like. Granted, I agree with you that this movie could be better with stakes and stuff. I just think that it's very difficult, and 9 times out of 10, you're probably not going to make it work with this specific recipe of ingredients. It's just not. It's something that, like, we could be having this exact same conversation in a different universe. Wow, segueing. And where they did, try, and you would be talking about how bad and why did they do that if they didn't, and it's like, well, yeah, but it's the same, it's the same technique just done in a different way, and
Okay.
it could work. It could work. It could also not work, and I think that
But there's not even an attempt for me to acknowledge. In this scenario, the assumption is
No.
I wouldn't like the attempt that they attempt to do. And you know what? You're probably right. I might not like that attempt. But at least I could respect the fact that they attempted it.
Well, okay, that's a totally different thing. You don't have to respect them. You don't have to respect them. You have to you have to like or dislike it. And I don't come out of a movie. You know what? I respected them for falling flat on their fucking face. I don't ever come out being like, you know what? I'm glad they didn't make that like 10-pointer. Like, no, I don't respect them for doing that. Fuck that. I want to watch a movie that is fun. I don't want to watch a bad movie. I understand what you're saying though. I will say that I understand what you're saying, but I don't know how.
So I guess this is going to be an impasse where we just agree to disagree.
We just agree to disagree. I agree. I agree with what you're talking about 100%. But for this particular movie, and for most of the Marvel or the action, variety, I'll just say Marvel because superpowers and everything kind of makes this harder. And I will agree. I have seen superpowers and stuff work with the exact thing you're talking about. But it takes a very particular it's not just having good writers, it's also having good material to work with. And I think, unfortunately, for this movie, they don't have much of either. So I'm not really going to be like on the side of, oh, well, would they have, won't they have, or kind of, it's like, no.
I'm not asking would they would. They didn't do it. I'm just saying they should have done it. It was never would. It was just, I think they should have been done. Yeah, but they didn't, so it's not a factor in the movie.
All right, so from that,
multiverse hop time, baby.
I didn't think that would be one of our longest talks was about a scene that didn't happen, about a conversation that could have or could not have been put there.
Well,
interesting.
That's what we're here for. We all have very different. We're different. That's.
Yep.
All right. I don't have the list of the multiverses that it gets hopped through. Does anyone want to mention them outside the obvious paint one?
If anyone would, I would think Sprinks would, but I don't know. Do you have that, Sprinks?
I have a bit. I don't have them actually named.
You don't have to name them. I was just curious.
There's the water one where they're underwater. There's everything's like bricked, so that's when Strange's face starts bricking out before it going to the paint. There's one that just looks like normal New York, nothing really different. There's places that look odd. Yeah, there's like one that's B. There's some odd looking ones of like just crystals, like mummified tombs. There's a cyberpunk looking city.
We got a 40s looking one too, or like black and white looking.
Yeah, there's the old film looking one that has a blimp in the background of the street. There's a comic book looking one of sorts. It's just very vibrant coloring.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that comes to mind.
Yeah. Oh, those are probably the main ones, anyways.
Yeah. So we land in the multiverse, and
actually, wait. That does pose a question. Does it happen every time they dimension hop or universe hop? They just jump through a bunch.
They go through so many until they stop.
Yeah, because they never show that again. But it's weird that it happens this one time.
Okay.
Does Strange go through multidimensional travel again with America?
No, she goes through with Christine.
No,
he gets thrown through a portal.
But at the end, Wanda does, and we get to see that just walks through like a door.
Only thing I can think of is that America can't
control
her powers.
Yeah.
So it's all just emotional outbursts that cause it until I guess she calms down.
They say at the end that unless it's just Strange saying things and it not being a rule, that everything was supposed to happen or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So well, what's the point of jumping universes? Why was that supposed to happen instead of just jumping here?
Because she's
the
unstable?
rules of her. But she's not. They're saying it all made sense in the universe's script. Everywhere she went was because she was supposed to be there.
Kang is dead. Oh wait, no, this writer said that.
I'm not even talking about Kang.
I know.
All I can think of is it's getting the power or whatever is to get to point A to point B, but because she's not prominent in her powers or anything, that it's a tangled web.
Well, wouldn't that kind of fill in though that gap there of, well, she has to get where she has to go, so it's like cycling through all the ones where she would probably step through before she got to the one that she.
I could accept that, but
yeah.
Okay,
are you implying that the later ones, the universes are next to each other then?
Okay, so here's what I understand. So when Christine and Doctor Strange get sent to Evil Strange's dying universe, Wanda's in control of America at the time with her power, and is able to use her powers in order to get them the fuck away from her. So the only reason I think it happens this time is because she doesn't know how to control her powers. Because in every other scene that they do multiverse hop, which would be that scene with Strange and Christine, and then they were returning to the multiverse, Wanda is in control of those powers. Because Wanda is like mind controlling America at that time.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when it shows the star of the multidimensional travel, it shows like kind of a mirror of like another star behind that, and kind of like outlines of stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Wanda takes over, isn't it one original one, and then like the one from the back starts moving forward up until it's just like a portal?
I think she just uses. I thought it was just one in the sky when Wanda took over, so possibly.
Okay.
So,
all right, that could explain that stuff. But what about the first one we see?
She's not in control of her powers.
The very first one with the demon?
Yeah, so are you saying that first one she jumped through
I'm thinking
is
the
like
first
this
one
as well?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I imagine that this sequence happened as well.
Well, that means she's been through more than 72.
I think she means she stops in 72.
Yeah, I think she would only count the one she stops on.
Okay. And not that said, I agree. There's not really
too much on it.
There's not really much there. I agree that it's very ambiguous. That's just how I interpret it, because I had a lot more other problems that I wouldn't rather tackle than that one, I guess. But
fair enough.
Yeah. All right. So new universe. Strange throws up. We have a laugh at it.
Flowerville.
And then we get our first rule of multiversal travel, which was assume you know nothing, right?
I'm trying to remember if there's anything else.
Yeah, because we kind of just cut to them on the street. Oh, well, they've decided to look for this universe as Doctor Strange. Is pretty much the main thing that happens in this first scene when they come out. They're trying to find someone to help
Strange
them.
is like, we got to go back for Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah.
Just do it. And he's like, I told you already, I can't do that.
And he says, like, even I could. And then she kind of backs away, and then he apologizes, which is nice. I appreciate that. As he realizes what he says.
That's all that.
And then it cuts to them crossing the street, and they go on red in this universe. And we get our first rule, which is assume you know nothing. And then I believe we get to Pizza Papa.
Oh, before Pizza Papa, they talk about how food is free in most universes.
That's just a lie.
I was gonna say, is that a lie or not? With her, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
do a lot of perfect universes, utopias.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, in that instance, I guess it implies that I guess the writers are implying that all Latinos are thieves, which is insulting. But whatever, guys.
Yeah, this is the second time she's stolen
I know.
that we've seen.
Great job, writers.
I mean, we are jumping through universes all the time. You don't have a time to get currency for every other universe, right?
Yeah, but
that's true.
I figure Sinister. Do you want to take away the Bruce Campbell scene? I have a few comments to make at the end, but
I don't know. Are you sure I'm allowed? I don't know.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Yeah, go ahead.
I already ruined the first Evil Dead thing. I don't want to ruin the other one. Yeah, they got Bruce Campbell as Pizza Papa, who sells like pizza poppers, kind of. I guess is what they're supposed to be, balls of pizza.
Yeah,
balls of pizza, and gets very, very upset that he's getting stuff stolen from him because he's Pizza Papa, and
Pizza Papa always gets paid.
Got to get paid. So he grabs America Chavez, and then Doctor Strange does a new spell that we've never seen before on him, which causes him to do a classic Evil Dead 2 scene of him punching himself in the face and poking his eyes and everything. And he tells him, "Don't worry, it'll wear off in like was it 3 minutes?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
No. Oh, no, he says like it'll wear off, and then he's like more like 3 weeks or something after. Like,
yeah, America asked how
long
it was going to be, like several minutes, and he's like, no, 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Which
and
yeah, it was for me awesome to see Bruce Campbell. Nice to see him, but holy fuck, did we just damage Doctor Strange with one throwaway line?
Also, why don't they use that spell on Wanda?
I mean, yeah.
Right. And we know. I guess one other thing to note is Pizza Papa gets into Doctor Strange's face because he kind of accuses him from stealing from the Strange Museum, which does give him a direction, I guess, to sort of go towards.
Well, yeah. Listen, Sam Raimi's not going to just use Bruce Campbell as just like a little, fan service or something. He's got to have a reason to be in it. Come on.
Yeah. Gotta damage the well, the writers damage the characters. I won't blame Sam Raimi for that one.
But for saying 3 weeks.
Yeah, that is pretty damaging.
On, he's being a dick. Come on.
That is not punishment equal to the crime.
That is no. That does damage Doctor Strange, unfortunately.
He got punished for trying to protect his business.
Yeah, that is. I mean, like, if it was 3 minutes, I would have laughed. If it was 3 days, I would have winced. But 3 weeks, I was just staring at the screen with my mouth open, like, really? Like I said, there's definitely a way this could have worked, but that was not it. And then we arrive at the Strange statue, and we find out that
hold on.
You skipped Memory Lane.
Memory Lane.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why I was skipping Memory Lane. Holy shit!
I guess you blacked it out of your memory for a second.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about the scene, but it's a very lazy writer's tool.
One of the laziest things I've ever seen.
It is a very lazy.
It is quite a MacGuffin of storytelling.
It is a very lazy writing tool. I am okay with it in concept, but not in the way it was done.
I guess I'll talk a little bit about it, where it projects your memories to the public. This is not a private thing.
No.
You stand on it, and it just does it, even though it says, see your memories at a discounted price, implying you have to pay for it, which they did not do. So
I guess the free maybe thing is like it'll choose any memory at random, which is just a convenience.
It said you choose your dream.
Well, I feel like if you paid for it, you choose. But
yeah, it's
I don't know,
this
because
is a teaser,
the
I
memories
guess.
that popped up very just random. So
I actually
doubt either one of them were thinking this.
I actually do think this scene could have been used to strengthen something that happens later. I think this is the scene where we should have seen the story about his sister, and we should have seen it without any context, so that we got context later on.
That would have made a later scene better.
Yes.
That would have, yeah.
Even though it should have been established.
I agree. It should have been established. This would have been useful time to establish it, though.
Yeah.
I personally am okay that Dana was never brought up in the first movie. That was fine. But I do wish they gave it more than just a prove you know who I am, who are you kind of thing.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
get to
we'll,
that
we'll
part
definitely
later.
get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm pointing it out because I think this would have been a smoother way to introduce that as a concept, and then America could ask him what that is, and he can just kind of talk it off because they don't have that friendship yet. And then America steps on, sees her moms, and then fucking loses them, and that leaves to
Because of a bee.
because of a bee. I don't know. I guess she might be allergic, but
She's a little kid. She was just scared of a bee.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. A kid's scared
Yeah.
of bee, but as like an origin, that sucks.
yeah.
Yeah, nothing much left to say for Memory Lane.
That was it. A little side thing that I guess was, I don't know if it's a dimensional choice or if it's just something the costume department did, but they really make American Strange stand out from all these crowds of people by having every public civilian walking by is in
grays
clothing.
and blacks. Yeah, I noticed that in my
grays
second
and
watch
blacks.
through for sure. They all look really
I
nice
noticed
though.
that.
Like they're all well dressed and things like that. I do like the scene just after Memory Lane where Strange comforts America, and it kind of at least hints at that they could be bonding. There's not enough of it for me to kind of grasp on for this relationship, but that is at least something.
Yeah, that's your Comitage talk right there.
Yeah, I guess. I'm still. Let's not rehash that.
Agreed.
But yeah, so that from Memory Lane we move on to
Now we're at the statue.
now
Yes.
we're at the statue, and we meet Mordo.
Everyone's favorite MCU character. We definitely did not
Also-
forget about.
While looking at the statue, the Strange's theme from the first movie plays, which is, I think, a nice nod.
Yeah, I do actually really miss his original theme because I thought his theme was great.
Yeah, Michael Giacchino,
Yeah.
of course.
Shocker. But
Mordo shows up, and you can't tell whether or not he's a good guy. It's a strange.
yeah,
They kind of play it up with like
They
the
do
zoom
more
on the
eyeball stuff.
eyes.
Yeah.
Are these sinister eyes? What are these eyes?
yeah,
And they're best pals now.
yeah. In this universe, they're apparently really good friends. And then Mordo invites them in for tea, and they explain what the Darkhold is, and to a kind of dreamy sequence where it shows Wanda preparing to dreamwalk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Very-
it's strange.
very interesting.
Sensual.
It's
But
not a
it's-
montage per se, but it's
It's definitely
overlapping editing choices.
yeah.
This is where
will
the music
say
really
they
stands
use,
out. to me
They
in
use
this
the same
movie.
transitions and editing as they do in like a porno. I'm just gonna come out and say that that's
I'll
exactly
take
what
your
those
word
are
for
from. That's exactly what they're from. It looks very sensual, even though it's not. It shouldn't.
Yeah, this is definitely where the music stands out to me as well. It was very
That's where
different
they
from
have
the
like
rest.
the rock type music, right?
Yeah,
Soft rock.
I think so. Yeah, the soft rock definitely came in towards the end. That's where I could tell.
Yeah, this is talking about dream walking and
Walk in a
That's pretty
dream
much
and
it.
Yeah.
and
And
I
then-
don't think there's anything wrong with this scene talking about
I don't think
it.
there's anything wrong with dream walking, but let me just tell you, if there was, I would tell you right now.
It's also not.
I'd call it out.
I don't think it's necessarily. It is an odd scene to be put in, but I think it
I like how odd it is, actually.
I think it fits the. Everything looks right, at least to me. Like it's symmetrical.
Good way to say it.
It's
yeah,
There's no camera work. The angles are right. You know.
Like,
they-
no, not
I
that
know-
because it's a
I
lot
know,
of
I know.
overlapping.
yeah.
It's like maybe 5 things overlapping one another, but the things that are overlapped fit like in the places that they are shown.
yeah,
That's I like because the only reason I find that funny is just because I would like that as like a review of like a totally like review of a movie, just like the camera moves like it's supposed to, up and down, left and right. It zooms.
It'd be a pretty fucking boring review.
Yeah, but I'd watch that just because I want to see what that's like.
So don't you fret. That we have not gotten to the scene where I will talk about a certain camera scene.
I will not talk about a camera scene.
Yeah.
Really, wow.
So, I don't really, like I said, it's an odd scene. I don't dislike it. It was just odd. Yeah, it was. I think everything was visually. It was very visually aesthetic, and this is definitely a part of the movie where I felt Sam Raimi's hand, and I think in the best of ways, almost.
I honestly think this movie would be a lot better if I think he'd had his hand in more of it.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Kind of wasted him a little bit.
I agree. If Sam Raimi was on board as a director from the beginning and on board as a writer from the beginning, this movie would have at least a lot more heart to it. Because Sam Raimi loves to write his movies with heart. Like, from my experience being the Spider-Man trilogy.
Yeah. I will say though, I think his Marvel is different than this Marvel. Let's put it nicely.
Yeah. I will agree with that.
The hand on the shoulder of Disney the whole time. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you fuck this up, Sam, or I'm gonna beat you.
I do have to point out that I think Strange trusts Mordo a little too easily. It's a minor thing, but it's definitely. Yeah, go on, sister. Yeah.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, I too easily he put his guard down, and I don't know. I feel like he's smart enough to not trust drinks or food. I don't know. I feel like he'd have some sort of passive spell that would detect poisons and stuff, kind of like in D&D. But I could just be projecting stuff, I guess, on them.
Yeah, I'm like, I would have to be worked up to that because they do jump to them drinking tea together. I think there would need to if we were to add something to this movie, they would definitely need to smooth over the idea of our Strange trusting this Mordo, because ultimately this scene results in them getting knocked out
and captured
And then it does an interesting transition of a Looney Tunes zoom closure.
Yeah. That's all, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they wake up in supercells. They wake up in glass chamber cells things that are supposed to be super.
No, not yet.
No, is there something?
This is when Wanda actually dreamwalks.
Oh yeah, the first time.
Yeah. One of the most. I mean, we've said Evil Dead throughout so far, but one of the most Evil Dead scenes that there is in this movie.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, the one of many.
Do you want to take this one, Sinister, or do you want?
No, you guys go.
All right.
Well, we got the demon camera on the stairs.
Yeah.
Point of view thing, and then what goes next? Wanda's walking to the kitchen.
And then weird things are happening.
And, the lamp above starts
makes
moving.
Like a laughing sound almost.
Which kind of sounds like the lamp from Evil Dead.
Yeah.
And then the picture on the counter creaks and turns and looks at her.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like gravity falls because she starts falling forward towards the sink. And then peas on a plate start moving by themselves. And then an ocean
in a
teacup.
Yeah.
And then she looks up into the reflection of the window and sees her evil self, which is again like Evil Dead seeing the evil Ash through the mirror.
Yeah.
And then she gets taken over, and then she looks directly into the camera.
Yes.
Which at most times for me, when something like that happens, I don't like it at all. To me, it worked. It was very eerie.
Yeah,
don't you like it? Is it cheesy or is it uneasy for you? What do you mean by you don't like it typically?
I don't like it typically because it's very cheesy.
Yeah.
Like looking at the camera. Looking at the camera is usually one of those fourth wall breaks to me.
Yes.
But I felt this scene was earned because there is a build up to it. That look into the camera. I think I did have a question. I thought it was interesting that the spell is not an instant possession, because I think the idea is that the camera at first is supposed to be Wanda, kind of there, before she assumes possession. So
I believe so. Yeah, because it comes from like all the red bubbles or whatever of all the dimensions, and then it comes from the sky and like zooms downward into the house.
Yeah. And so Wanda is possessing Illuminati Wanda, and I gotta give credit to Liz for the actress, because she does tear up at seeing her boys, and I thought she did a good job.
I agree.
Yeah.
The kids really want ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they do.
I mean, that made a whole song.
That was
song, but a kid's song.
Yeah.
I'm
sure to some that was very sweet.
Kids need to be in freaking Juilliard right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need instrumentals here.
Yeah, some people thought that was very sweet and touching. To me, that was very awkward.
Yes, I kind of agree.
It was.
Yeah, I understand. Want those kids to be in the movie anymore.
I understood the intention as a writer, but it was very awkwardly executed. So, not the worst writing scene, but definitely needs some tweaks to make it work. And then I think we actually jump to back to the Sorcerer Supreme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. No. Yeah, it's wand like tied up.
Yeah, and another sorceress who survived the battle was willing to sacrifice themselves to destroy the Darkhold, because they don't want the Sorcerer Supreme to sacrifice themselves, and who would want Wong to die, really?
That's true, and I mean, it's another kind of dumb thing. I mean, they went for the Darkhold, which is understandable, but they could have just stabbed Wanda as well, because she was not aware of anything.
Yep.
For Wanda, they could have probably found a bow and arrow somewhere and shot the book if they wanted to focus on the book.
Yeah.
And not kill themselves.
That would have been better.
To me, that was something I really did not like.
Wong.
I mean, it's tied up with magic. But yeah.
I'm sorry that this character, that this pointless side character that we never see, died for nothing.
They focused on her a bit during the battle.
Yeah,
she was a little beforehand, but
not much. So
no. So anyway, she perishes by destroying the Darkhold, and that was just kind of But then it goes to something I really like of this Wanda, the evil Wanda, like awakening, and then
she's kind of
possessed Wanda awakening, and it's just a comparison of the two flip flopping.
Yeah,
which I think is very nice.
Yes, I like it's kind of like she's struggling to stay in possession of the other one of the Illuminati universe's Wanda, but it was I agree. Good striking visuals once again.
And then she tries to beat up Juan.
Yeah, and kind of, is this the part where they torture them as well?
She refuses to cooperate.
Yeah, and then
she starts torturing already like dead people.
Yes,
they weren't dead.
They weren't dead. They were just hiding. I don't know why they were there, but
they were just in the rubble.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just like dead corpses that she just.
The only reason I know that they're alive is because Minotaur is there at the end.
Oh, okay. Never mind. They were hiding.
Minotaur, the guy that she whispered "run" to, and then two other people I didn't recognize.
He didn't even have the decency to die.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea. I have no idea why they were just staying there either. Yeah. And then we learn that Darkhold
Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah.
Freaking caved in.
Yeah.
Which irritated me.
It's a copy.
Yeah, the Darkhold is a copy. Wong is shown to be a very, very conscientious character. I'm okay with him giving up information to save lives, even if it threatens the multiverse. I understand that's a fucking damaging card against this character, but
I mean, Strange did it with the Time Stone.
Yeah.
So.
But obviously, Strange had the one way that this will work. Wong doesn't have anything here.
Strange had hope.
Yeah.
Wong had nothing.
Yeah.
In his eyes, he just gave up the multiverse to save these 4 people.
True.
Yeah. And then...
Who existed in other universes, I might add.
Yeah.
It's insane. Countless lives lost.
I know. And then Strange and America wake up in supercells.
Yes.
There you go. Now you're on track.
Yeah. The Strange is handcuffed, so he can't use his magic. And then I think this is probably my favorite underrated line of the whole movie, is when he's trying to get the attention of the scientists, he says, "This situation doesn't work out well for the nameless scientists." And I think that was my favorite underrated line in the movie because I smirked at that. That was funny to me. Very meta, but I loved it.
I mean, he's right. Doesn't usually work out well.
Yeah, exactly. And then twist, Christine's here.
Whoa!
Red hair Christine.
How
what are the odds?
How convenient. And then we get the health explanation we actually liked. They don't know what diseases or whatever bacteria from their universe they brought with them that could possibly kill everyone in the universe. So rip Pizza Papa and everyone else they walk past. But this is definitely a nitpick, but I found it was very odd that they named their universe as 838 instead of one.
Oh man, are we gonna start talking about I want to save my talk on the multiverse numbers at the end. Because that is my spiel I will go off on.
Okay.
So I'll save my talk on that for the end.
All right, fair enough then.
But yes, this is the part they establish the numbers.
Yeah, this is where they bookmark the numbers. I view it as a problem because any universe that you're a part of, you would obviously name your own universe 1. I'm sure it's a reference. Still doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's see. And then I'm going to go through my notes here. Strange is trying to urge... Strange is kind of in a mode where he's like, okay, guys, Scarlet Witch is going to come and kill everyone. So he's trying to get Christine to understand that.
Yeah, and talked about this universe's Strange's relationship with her.
Yeah.
And, the necessities of saving the universe.
Yeah. I mean, I think the actors did a good job. Obviously, I don't think that this is the time for it.
Yeah, I agree. And then we find out about the Illuminati.
Yeah.
Strange is listing off a bunch of
the Illuminati?
The Illuminati.
I hated that joke. I hate that joke.
I absolutely hate this joke too. I actually think that it should have given.
Is it really a joke? I don't really think it's a joke. It's just
definitely
a stupid throwaway line.
It's definitely a stupid throwaway line intended to be a joke.
At least that's
not a joke, though. That's just like, Illuma-whatty? Like, that's not a joke. A joke is like, what are you guys, like the Illuma Suddy or something? I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I think
I wouldn't say it's a joke. But
if they wanted to keep this one line that threw me out of the movie, if they wanted to keep it in this film, they should have given it to America. That America has more precedence to say this line than Doctor Strange does, who knows how to speak English. By the way, everyone speaks English. Very lucky.
Well, another thing I decided not to bring up, but might as well now. How did all the universes they went through have breathable air for them? They could have
the paint one did.
I don't think that
it seems
they weren't there long enough to be an issue.
I think because when they go through like the paint or the water, I say the paint one, they become paint. So I'm guessing like by going through the universe, you end up becoming a part of whatever is the main manifestation of that universe. Granted, they don't really stick around long enough to really explain it, which is probably a good thing because it would probably be fucking stupid. But I don't know. I
do agree with Sinister on that point. They don't maintain their form of what universe they come from. They adapt to or get changed while they're going through it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. No, it's very nice. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that anymore. That's a fair enough explanation.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess
we get Ultron bots.
Well, we have. I think.
What?
Just before that, isn't this where we go back to Wondercore? because Wong has been used to portal.
Mordo walks in with 2 bots, and then
yeah, and says the Illuminati will see you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ultron bots.
Yeah.
Does that mean Tony Stark is in this universe? So I guess we'll find out. Maybe.
I'm assuming that the Ant-Man character made Ultron in this universe just because they're Hank
Scott
Pym.
Lane.
Yeah, whichever one of them is responsible for Ultron in the comics. I don't remember.
I believe it's Pym.
It's
and I know Reed Richards makes an Ultron bot at some point in the comics as well.
Yeah, that's enough for me that Ultron's here. It implies that someone here who can make Ultron. It's cool. I like it. Universe where Ultron is functioning properly. And then
we go to WandaCore.
Aptly named.
Yeah, the core of where Wanda is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They all call it the Scarlet Witch, but
basically can't portal up there because of magic reasons. I can't tell if this is Wong trying to stall or he legitimately, because he can use magic up there.
He could have killed himself and Wanda by teleporting them to the sun or something. Okay.
I know.
I don't think he tried to stall. I don't think he tried to be smart at all.
So he portals up there, and I guess portals don't work, but magic does. His magic does anyway. Even though he says right here, sorcerer's magic doesn't work here. Whatever.
Yeah.
Ignore your own continuity movie. It's fine.
Well, I guess he uses like his whip, right? That's the thing.
He uses his whip, and he does bring out his shields.
Is his whip technically magic, or is it?
He brings out shields, irrelevant of that thing. So yeah, he does catch shields. I know.
I guess they do. They capture her in a bubble at one point. So
yeah. Like I said, their magic works here. It's just a throwaway line. I think I think it's the writers trying to insinuate that he's trying to stall, but obviously it's not working because there are many better instances to stall. And then the first demon. The first demon jump scare, but the first demon is inscribed the spells onto the walls of WandaCore. That's the lore of it all.
You think they wore sneakers?
And I have to point this out because it's I know. So I have to point this out because all the 4 demons show up and surround them. Wong loads his biceps like Henry Cavill from Mission Impossible, and I fucking died laughing.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Did he?
Yes, he loads his arms. He loads his arm spells. His shields are flicked out like Henry Cavill's biceps in Mission Impossible. I fucking thought that was awesome.
Yeah, the only reason I know exactly what you're talking about is because they used it in the ads, like to the beats, and I was like, that would look very odd without this beat going on. I can already tell.
Yeah.
I need to see that.
Yeah, it did put a smirk on my face because I thought it was funny.
Mission Impossible ad, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that trailer is one of the better trailers ever, I think.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't show anything.
Yep. But anyways, so Wong loads his shield spells to protect himself with the bicep reload, and I thought it was fucking awesome. But yeah, turns out this is her Scarlet Witch's throne, WandaCore. Do we have
a little bit on the nose, but go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their words, not mine. Do we have anything else to say about this scene before we?
Do they ever explain what these demon things are? I don't think it really matters.
They're just there as a mini boss, as far as I understand.
Protect the guardians of WandaCore or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just just another thing of like. Scarlet Witch is now like this fabled being, and WandaCore exists and everything.
Yeah.
And Strange didn't know any of this. I mean, even earlier when he's talking to Wand, he didn't know anything about Scarlet Witch, but Wand does.
And this goes back to the book thing of how I just don't believe he would not have skipped over this book.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Well, yes, but I don't understand. Or I don't think Wand would not have been keeping tabs on Wanda this whole time.
Yeah, one of them would have been.
Yeah.
Like, Wong would have talked to Scarlet Witch about Westview at some form or fashion. If not Strange. I think it's something they both would have done. This is why I think they're out of character for this movie, because it's implied that they haven't seen each other since then. It feels like they're lacking they're lacking on their job as guardians of the mystical realm.
There was something I was going to bring up during the orchard, but that was going on for a while. Where in Thor Ragnarok, I think it was Ragnarok. Strange is like, I keep an eye on every dangerous entity.
Oh my god! Yeah,
and perpetually puts Loki falling or whatever.
yeah.
But he's completely blind to Wanda's goings on in the area.
I have to say, originally, the Doctor Strange was supposed to show up in WandaVision. It's something that should be said. That the original outline of the story was Doctor Strange was going to show up and help her. But we can't have a man save the day. Can't have a man.
Their reason for it.
Yeah, it was really dumb. That was one instance where Doctor Strange really should have been there.
Yeah.
But if that's all we have for WandaCore, I think we can finally move on to the Hall of Justice. I mean the Illuminati.
Yep. And we get to see some statues that Sprinks knows things about.
We see two of them. Before seeing the third one, the first two is like one of a guy with wings and in a loincloth, and then another one of a sword wielder in a wheel. And those two are just kind of up for thought of like who they could be. Some people think the loincloth is a version of Falcon, or like this universe's Falcon. It could also be Archangel, which I don't think it would be Archangel. But just thoughts of like it could be that person. The sword wielder people I have seen have thought it could be Black Knight, from trying to pair that to Eternals. But we don't know. And I don't think the third statue is shown here. It's shown later. But the third statue has been confirmed of who it is.
Okay, so I didn't know if the two earlier ones were definitively anything. So I think they're just artistic sculptures in that case then. If even the comic nerds can't definitively answer anything.
they might be just artistic sculptures or a concept of like, hey, this universe has other heroes, you know?
Yeah, I can think of that. I don't think it necessarily needs to pinpoint to a specific character, but I think it could be like, these are statues of people in this world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're just there, especially for the fact that one of the three actually is a said character. So.
And then we go into the trial room.
And then we go into the trial room.
They call it.
Where
we really have a lot of energy for this, huh?
For some reason. For this scene in particular.
There's going to be some energy coming up, yeah.
So who wants to start?
Okay, well, Mordo is like the presenter, which I guess kind of is fine. It doesn't show him in charge, but it does shows him like introducing everyone.
Yep.
So I guess that's fine. The first thing, I mean, Strange is like kind of confused and joking about it.
Yeah.
Because he sees these people not taking him very seriously. And the first introduced character doesn't necessarily try to attack him, but I guess intimidate him.
Yeah. It was a very strange.
It's a weird introduction.
It's a very strange characteristic to add to Captain Carter. Is all I've seen.
Yeah. So the first introduction of a character is Captain Carter.
I guess she was so annoyed at this stranger's existence that she felt the need to intimidate him and throw her shield.
And her face, she's got bug eyes going on.
Yeah.
When they zoom in on her. She's so furious.
And because they introduced her as the first Avenger, am I left to assume that the Avengers exist in some degree here?
Could be
safe in saying that, I would assume.
I can assume that. I don't like the thought or theory necessarily that this is the Captain Carter from What If.
Oh,
it even though it shouldn't be a lot like her, and it
shouldn't be.
Story.
Yeah. It shouldn't be just because this Captain
probably is.
It shouldn't be because this Captain Carter is much worse, and I have a lot of problems with Captain Carter and What If. And then
we get introduced to the next character,
Plank is here.
which
Sorry.
which odd enough
Fork guy.
might be my favorite out of the Illuminati that's introduced,
Yeah.
which is Black Bolt.
To which I have to say, it's nice to see Captain Pike getting work, but please go back to Star Trek.
I had no idea that was him until
That is
later.
That is him. Yeah, that is Captain Pike.
Oh,
Nothing like him.
he played him
The
in
cowl
the
on.
Inhuman show. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
Which establishes
Anybody
that the
remember that
Inhumans
show,
are
huh?
in this
Yeah.
universe.
Yeah, everyone forgot about Inhumans. And Runaways and all these
Yeah,
other
the Marvel
who cares
another
shows.
flops, yeah.
Weird thing I learned about Black Bolt here is his outfit is pretty much entirely CGI'd.
Oh, yeah, it's getting tight.
They didn't really make him an outfit.
And welcome to the MCU.
That's a little weird, admittedly.
Well,
A
it's
lot
weird
of
that
his
everyone else has this
skin-tight
outfit and he
outfits-
doesn't.
Yeah, I think only like
Does Reed
only
Richards
only
have the
only
one, or is that
the big paid actors get like their outfits. I think usually these days everyone else gets CG.
I mean, Spider-Man's outfit is rarely
Yeah, but he's
real.
big.
Yeah,
Yeah, one might
He's
say
big.
that Black Bolt, only said a handful of words. So he didn't have many speaking lines.
You know what?
Yeah,
Actually,
Bolt.
though, like that CGI would be more expensive than if they actually just gave him a suit.
Yeah.
though, So
Yeah.
I agree.
It's a strange thing.
yeah.
They had to have had a mock-up, or a real attempt at a costume. It must not have looked good, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's a strange
Uh,
decision.
Crimson, would you like to introduce the last three?
Sure. So after Black Bolt, we get to see Captain Marvel, right? That's the next one
Yep.
in
Yep.
line.
Yep. Plank is here, and you know what? She's just as irritating here in this universe as she is in every other one.
Oh my god. I hate this one more than Carol Danvers. This one's so smug and irritating.
Look, at least
Ugh.
she's not going to be around very long, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, in our universe, she's dead, so we don't have to worry about it. Hopefully, and because her daughter is now a superhero. That's the WandaVision stuff. So yeah, we get Captain Marvel. She's smug, has a
Arrogant.
little brow pop up, and then we see the smartest man is in the universe, in the world.
Smartest man in the universe, I think.
Universe.
And it
I think
was
that's how Mordo says it. Yeah.
Yep, smartest man in the universe. Reed
Richards.
He finally made it.
Teleports in.
And it's
Yeah.
On cue.
on cue.
He was just waiting somewhere, waiting
yeah,
for his name to
clearly.
be called.
Yeah.
This character is far more fan service than anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this
Everyone wanted
this actor to play him,
Krasinski
right?
To
Yeah.
play
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's finally great to see him. You know what? Maybe we'll see him again in the future. Such a great actor, wonderful actor. He's playing this character.
Possibly. I will admit, showing him off, I like the older costume way more. I don't like the look of this one.
I'm
I
fine
think
with
it's fine.
this outfit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
makes
like
his-
it. I thought it was.
I
good.
don't remember the old
It
one.
makes his hands and his legs look too big.
I didn't see that at all.
Yeah.
No, I think it works. I
Yeah.
think his
Yeah, I
outfit
think
works.
it looks. Yeah, it looks good. I thought.
Yeah, so he gets introduced, and Doctor Strange makes a joke about, did you guys chart in the 60s?
Yeah,
And that's a reference to a band.
yeah.
I don't know too much about it. I know that is a reference to the Fantastic Four in some way with music.
I think also it he's like it's good to see you, Steven, or something like that. And I remember I think it leads into the comment of Strange saying that their Steven is dead, and he's like, yeah, I'm just more alive than your Steven. And then Plank says, for now, sorry, Captain Marvel.
Oh.
And which just, I'm like, you know what? at least they're making me dislike these characters. I'm okay with that. But
Yeah, I mean, Black Bolt, he's a fine dude. We didn't really get anything off of his introduction.
yeah,
Reed Richards is cool. Yeah.
yeah,
Carter came off strong, and Plank, as you put it, already unlikable.
yeah. I think the important.
Hey, it's just like the regular Avengers.
The important thing about this scene right now is
who's Plank in our Avengers?
Hawkeye.
Me, but I guess some could be that. Yeah.
I think the right.
Thank you for giving me that silence. I
Yeah.
really appreciated it.
Yes.
I mean,
I had to ponder.
yeah. I think for the writing in this scene, the most important thing that happens next is the discussion of incursions and what they are. The reason why they think why Steven's very presence is a threat to their universe. Because the longer that someone from another universe stays in this universe, the more likely an incursion is going to happen. Like,
I don't think that happens yet. Don't they go to Wanda Core first?
We
what's
already
that place called? Wanda Core?
we already arrived at Wanda Core.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They,
only go there
they
twice.
explained that like the most dangerous person is Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
And then Xavier comes into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because then he's confused of like, didn't your Strange save the universe? And then it's like, we should tell him the
I'll slug it,
truth.
that one.
Yeah.
He comes in with the X-Men theme as well.
Is that what that song was? I thought it was very oddly
It was
placed.
Slight.
Yeah.
It's the Slight X-Men theme.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that it was. I'm like, this is a very odd song from everything else. I assumed it was referencing something, and it makes sense. It's X-Men.
Patrick Stewart in the age 110 strolls in on his
This
wheelchair.
this one was the happiest of the Illuminati that I was to see.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess I can agree with that.
Yeah.
And he's in his comic accurate wheelchair as well.
His comic accurate wheelchair.
The
That
big
has
yellow
wheels.
wheelchair.
Yes.
I know that Captain Marvel I'm just going through my notes. Captain Marvel just does more irritating things, like anything worthwhile to say, Steven. And Steven's trying to warn them about Wanda. It's like, oh, we can handle your little witch, that sort of thing. And then Strange is the greatest threat to the multiverse, and then Charles arrives. So, yeah, there's my notes pretty much.
I mean,
And then it goes to WandaCore.
Yeah.
they're not wrong so far.
In their eyes, yeah. I mean, it makes sense from their point of view.
I mean, if we're getting like really technical about it, they were technically correct, because if he hadn't have like been helping out the lady who's multiverse traveling, none of this would be happening. And if he just killed her in the beginning, it would have been fun. He can't take care of his own trash.
Yeah, he's dumping it onto their laps.
Yeah.
It's almost like this movie hates Doctor Strange, its main protagonist. It sucks.
I would say hate, but they don't put the love into him
Yeah.
that he deserves.
I mean, he's not really very endearing in most
I
general ways.
why
that's the one thing.
does
yeah.
anyone
That's
knows
true.
why Charles arrives super late to this conversation?
Because
he
that's the one you would
didn't
least
get his
expect.
cue like Reed
Yeah.
Richards did.
Oh,
Yeah, so one of you did not expect it.
and here I thought he just didn't get a ramp built up for him, so it just took him a
No.
while to take a look together.
Well,
I think
also,
they ran for the hover chair.
they introduced the other four, more to introduce the other four, and then they sat down and started talking. Like they didn't even
That's
expect
true.
Charles to arrive.
Yeah, like I was like, this is.
Well, he called up saying he was going to be like a minute late.
Yeah, he had to empty his catheter bag.
Oh shit.
He told them through their minds, like, I'll be here in 56 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't even bother introducing me. I'll make it dramatic.
You won't be expecting a cripple, let me tell you that.
And then we jump back to WandaCore, and Wanda gets to justify why she's trying to take America's powers, which will kill her. And it's because she's worried that the kids would get sick, and that the universe that she settles down in won't have a cure.
Yes. The definitive proof that she is off her rocker.
Oh yeah.
Just another notch into this character that I thought I used to like.
Yeah, She's off the deep end. I'm at the point where she's not redeemable mentally.
Yeah.
She's lost.
She's lost. And then she throws Wong off a cliff.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
He tries to save himself with like his hook and
he tries.
Yeah, he tries. Doesn't
and then
work.
falls several stories into the mist.
Yep.
Into the mist.
Into the mist, where I'm sure he died. Because that's a lethal fall.
Yeah. Shame. I really like that character, guys. It's fucking hell.
Yeah, Sorcerer Supreme. He wasn't a very good Sorcerer Supreme, but as a guy, he was pretty okay.
And then I think they explain that we cut back to they know Wanda starts dreamwalking again.
Yeah.
And then
This
They
time,
know exactly what
time it's
dreamwalking is
instant.
somehow.
yeah, this time it's instant, and she gets up from the couch, closes the door behind her, leaves her boys to sleep, and I hope Vision's there to take care of him. But
freaking huge ass moon.
yes,
A huge ass moon.
very.
I mean, it's ridiculously large.
That might be a reference to Evil Dead, because Evil Dead had a huge moon at one point as well.
Yeah, it was when Ash took his pants down and just put it right at the eye.
And the twist of this universe is that Stephen
Is
Strange,
that an Ash vs. Evil Dead?
No, but it should have been.
and I guess as Wanda flies off into the distance, the twist in this universe is that Strange didn't kill Thanos. He was trying to use. He was trying to do his own thing while everyone else banded together, and he ended up trying to use the Darkhold in this universe. And
Not trying.
he was using the Darkhold to try and figure out a way to save the universe by multiverse hopping, essentially, into other universes. And as eloquently as Captain Marvel puts it, he kept trying and he didn't succeed. And so it was like, but he wasn't finding any solutions, but he kept trying to use the Darkhold anyway. To which my thought was, I don't think Captain Marvel this Captain Marvel knows the definition of an infinite multiverse means.
Well, give her a break. She's from the 40s, so
Ooh.
there you go.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. He did actually attempt because his fingers were black.
Yeah.
The black tips of the Darkhold.
Yeah. So like we know that he used the Darkhold to multiverse hop and check and try to find solutions in different universes. And they were just complaining that he didn't find any. He kept trying to find solutions. And it's like an infinite multiverse, guys. He might not have found it yet, but eventually he would.
Oh,
He could have gone to 100 worlds where everyone was made out of toast. That's not very helpful.
Or he could have just gone to the 100 worlds where Thanos won.
yeah, but I agree. That's true. That's unlimited. But also, if you keep finding one and you're going further and further down a hole that's supposed to be like, poisoning your brain, and you're not finding any solution yet, it's probably not going to happen until you're fully bonkers. So
Yeah.
I think
But
they didn't,
at least
they didn't eloquently do that, but I
Yeah.
can kind of understand more of what
there's definitely a way they can approach to where they could imply that Steven was kind of losing his mind, but they only state things that he was trying to save the universe, and I'm like, okay, this is where you should inject things of why you don't trust him, and they do towards the end of the scene.
He didn't go crazy like Wanda.
Yeah.
He just sat there and accepted execution. So
Yeah.
he was still there mentally.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if you kept going,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think they should have done that, where he was
Yeah.
off his rocker. He tried so hard that he lost his mind, and they had to put him down.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think that would have been better than the execution that they showed.
And
They did not.
they just their universe's Stephen Strange caused an incursion, incidentally destroying in another universe.
Which is another reason why they were probably like he should have stopped.
Yeah, and which I guess kind of leads to they execute him because he was a threat to them. And
I don't know if they did because he was just a threat. I think that it was just punishment for destroying universes.
I think it was a mix.
I think it was a mix.
I thought it was a mix. Yeah.
Yeah, and I Are they? And I can't really decide if they're planning to execute our Stephen Strange if he's a threat, because then we're getting to minority levels of report of how much I do not like the Illuminati and how they're going about things.
Yeah, they were definitely going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were like, listen, we've been through this before. We know what like the issue is in every universe, and it's Stephen Strange.
Yeah, and that to me is like, all right, that just ruins everyone that's a part of the Illuminati, as far as I'm concerned. If they think punishing someone before a crime is committed is morally culpable, they're not heroes. I will now celebrate the death of these villains.
Oh, then you know what, writer? You got the very theme of that scene. Good job.
Yeah, go.
You understood it. You got it.
Yeah.
Here's, have a cracker.
Yeah, let me just chug some water real quick. All right, and then the building gets breached, and no shit,
Your
genius.
shit goes really fucked, man.
Oh, we also forgot that Captain Marvel's like, we can take care of your little witch or whatever
I
he
said-
says.
I said that in passing, but it wasn't very.
Yeah.
I didn't focus very much. But yeah,
Oh,
it is a very
I just
important
heard
line
snarky
to.
comment. Okay.
Yeah, it is a very important
Never
line
mind.
Made it
because
really awkward for everybody. Thanks,
I did.
Kristen.
yeah, because they could obviously, you know what, they clearly can deal with this little witch. So the building gets attacked. We see Wanda kind of just massacring the Ultron bots, just left and right.
This brings up a question that I don't know if it was ever established. How does Wanda know which dimension Strange and America fell into? Is it just using the power of the Darkhold to find them?
They've showed that the Darkhold can pinpoint.
Yeah, they do
Okay.
have a visual aesthetic for when
They do.
they're trying to search for another universe and stuff like that. So
Like when Doctor Strange uses it, he finds America.
like you can see
on
him
the
scanning through
table.
them.
So
Yeah.
that is established that they can pinpoint where they want to go.
It's just never shown Wanda trying to find Strange in America. It's just to
that's another
possess
thing about-
another
that's
part of
another
her, but
Pacing thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah, if
Ultron's
they're going to show it down the line, they don't need to show it twice. So I'm not too worried about that
yeah.
not being shown with this particular scene.
okay. I was just curious if that was
Yeah.
kind of explained how she knew which Wanda to possess to go find them.
Yeah. And we know that so while Wanda is tearing through the Ultron bots and the Illuminati leave to go fight her, Charles stays behind to tell them they built a pathway to the Book of Ashanti, which they desperately need, or that because that's what they used to defeat Thanos in this universe. And I don't know why Charles stays to tell Strange this. Someone they're planning to probably execute. Mordos looks shocked at the information that's being divulged.
Devil's Advocate, he read Stranger's mind.
I was
knowing.
just about to say that.
That is the only reason that I can think of that he would do this, but there was no indication otherwise. Like that's not in the movie or script, I guess. It's just
The only
implied.
thing slightly shown is that Charles got into Stranger's mind to show him the whole other Strange of their dimension. So he's
Yeah.
technically already in his head. So it may have picked it up there. It doesn't show him looking through Strange's memories, but
Yeah.
you do know that Charles and Strange are connected mentally through that. But
Yeah. And then he then wheels off to chase after that. The handicapped man wheels off to chase after his friends because he's going to help them out. And then it leaves Mordo and Strange alone. But I think first we're going to go back to we go to America trying to break out of her cell with Christine. I'm like,
Christine, you trying to help, yeah.
yeah.
And it won't open for some reason.
And it won't open for some reason. And I'm like, of course it's glitching. Why the fuck is it not glitching?
Why wouldn't it
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah.
It's weird. I got something strange. I mean,
Yes. Get a thesaurus already.
Yeah.
Um,
It's very peculiar.
and then
Very wonky.
And then the Illuminati arrive to stop Wanda. Or
Our heroes.
yeah.
And I guess this is where I can bring in the statue, because I
Yeah.
think the
Yes.
statue gets shown here now. So the statue is Xena, the warrior princess.
Oh.
I
Another
didn't
Raimi
notice that.
stand-up. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
That's a strange statue to be here
Yeah.
in the canon, but okay.
All right.
That is an established character. Or I keep saying established. That is a character shown and proven.
So if the Illuminati
statue
put
of
up
being-
a Xena versus Warrior statue,
Who
in
knows
their
if Xena is a part of the Illuminati? Don't know.
Maybe.
Well, as far as I could tell from the context clues given, I feel like the Illuminati didn't exist prior to
Strange
the
putting them
whole-
together.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a fairly recent development.
Yeah. I
so
can.
the statue was there before they took it.
No, I'm saying like they made the statue, but I'm saying I don't think Xena Warrior Princess is Illuminati. I think it's just like a representation of like founding heroes or something. But I don't think it has any basis in the
Okay.
actual Illuminati itself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming they don't really do much to establish that. So
that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But
Yeah.
Anyway, besides Xena, let's move on to probably the dumbest line in the movie.
Hold on. We got a little bit smidge before that. Smartest man alive arrives with the team and tries to talk Wanda down. He's like, says that he has kids too, and she
It
asks
shows
him.
how far this Reed Richards is along in his life.
Yeah. And then Wanda asks if they have a mom.
their mother's still alive,
Yeah,
and
then
they're like, "Huh."
and then
I would think that's a bad guy.
and then Reed Richards is like, yes, of course. And then Wanda responds, good, there'll be someone left to raise them. All right, best line in the universe from the smartest man alive. Who wants to say it? Spriggs.
Oh man, I unfortunately don't have the quote written down.
Okay, I have it.
So
Okay,
you actually have it. If you actually have it written down, please take it.
All right, Crimson.
He says, "Wanda, Black Bolt could destroy you with one whisper from his mouth." Smartest man alive said that in the universe.
And
The enemy.
Wanda.
The enemy that's very clearly a bad person
Yes.
threatened to kill you.
And remember, Wanda does exist in this universe, so they are more than well aware. The witch can alter reality.
Yes.
She has her powers here. She's not just a nobody.
He gave.
Oh,
the
now that's a
weakness.
weird. Isn't that a weird part? That I remember we brought that up after we watched the movie. That it didn't. We weren't sure if the Wanda in this universe had the power, or if she was just like had her powers from the original reality and was just using it as a conduit through.
I'm
other
assuming this
The way
Wanda has this universe. It does have its powers because it fucks up less that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, because she gets her powers from an Infinity Stone. So if this universe version doesn't have access to the Infinity Stone powers, then how could she conjure powers without the Infinity Stone powers? Already there.
As they've already stated about Thanos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that she would have her powers here.
But I guess this universe's Wanda is a very nice, normal person. That's why they
Yes.
let her just live with her kids totally fine.
Yep. Because see, this Wanda is not a genocidal maniac, unlike other Wandas.
So once the information was told, she said, "What mouth?" And it goes to Black Bolt with no mouth.
And in a time where a guy who's used to talking, not talking most of his life, decides to scream and talk at the realization and horror that he doesn't have a mouth.
Which,
I'll
knowing
point out
his powers and how it's already shown, would have done far more damage than what is shown.
Yes. And he dies.
Concaves a little bit of his head and melts his brain.
Yep.
Two things. Cool detail they put stubble in the empty where his mouth
Where his
should
mouth
be.
was, yeah.
Yeah, so he grows facial hair there apparently, and I don't understand why his mouth doesn't blow off. Why does it concave inwards, smashing his brain up? Why doesn't it just blow his mouth open?
The Scarlet's power is covering it up, so obviously it would be more reinforced than the rest of his body.
There would be a
Yeah,
visual for that.
Showing already what his powers did to the other
yeah.
Strange, his head should have been gone, and Soundwave should have blown a hole in the roof.
Well, that
Yeah.
wouldn't have been as cool looking. I like it better that it was so small scale. Doesn't make sense, but I just like it better that way.
Yeah.
I agree. Visually, it looks better.
Visually, it's more
just, like,
pleasing. It
pops
doesn't
his
make
brain
sense. Is the
inside.
problem? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Reed Richards reacts as fast as he can, the smartest man in the universe,
As
and
fast as he can with his
slowly slowly reaches for Wanda before getting spaghettified.
Insane.
Spaghettification, and the smartest man in the universe died. That's
And
very
he's
tragic. And he's gone. I just want to give a shout out to Captain Marvel and Captain Carter for just watching the Reed Richards slowly get spaghettified and not doing anything to help their so-called friend
Or
slash
not
colleague.
acting,
I
not acting
mean-
in regards to Black Bolt dying.
Yeah, no,
Like,
no.
was that
I
not-
mean,
that's the
if-
green light to go?
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I know there's another part coming up that will totally blow this, what I'm about to say, out of the water, but I really don't care, so I'm going to do it anyways. What could they possibly do, though? If they've already killed, like, if she already killed, like, the one guy who had, like, actual, like, you know, powerful powers, what chance do they have? She just like killed like 2 people in the span of like a minute that were like supposed to be like the strongest heroes in the universe.
I could almost pass that for Carter.
Yeah,
Captain Marvel said, "I can take care of your witch. She is not afraid of this person at all."
which again, I don't know. That just and granted, gonna take a little bit of it.
This is reaching sinister. I'm gonna call it like
what
it is.
is this reaching? This is reaching.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Come on, this is reaching. I need to get a new gig. I'm saying like the whole nature of this is dependent upon that they know Scarlet Witch is, and I just don't see much to give me that information. Even though you guys had a point with, I'm like, I still just it seems like if they were as like world renowned and as that they would have fail safes to prevent that. And granted, again, it's like I keep tabs on everyone in the multiverse or whatever, and then find spot to it. But could be this same sort of thing. But I'm just saying I think in the situation they were doomed to begin with, and it's just a grading process to have to watch them just kind of get killed left and right. So that's my 2 cents.
I do think if all, after like Black Bolt died, if all 3 of them attacked at the same time, I think that would have given Reed a little more time to be alive. Because Wanda would have been
a little more time to
I'm
be
just
alive.
saying it was one at a time. Like Reed just attacked once, so Wanda just focused
it just
on
shows
Reed.
that Reed cared about Black Bolt and the other 2 didn't.
Yeah. If all 3
Yeah.
of them attacked at the same time, I feel like it would have been a little more fighting of the 3 rather than just
I like
picked
how
off
the
one by
ending
one.
is still. I like how the ending is still the same. That they all just die.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well,
But
so that's. I mean,
see,
granted, it's more
the-
believable. It's more
Yeah.
believable, but it doesn't matter if they all die.
It matters because the
Well, the
characters
journey
are supposed
matters.
to care.
The journey matters. That's a good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The journey
In
matters. The journey does matter.
in theory, these characters are supposed to care about each other, and they clearly don't because they just let Reed Richards die.
They don't.
And don't get me wrong, from Captain Marvel, that makes sense. She doesn't care about anyone. She's a bitch. But Captain Carter would
He cares
care.
about Steve, and he's probably already dead.
Yeah.
All right, and
Not
now we get our girl power moment, right?
Yeah. It's kind of we had to kill the people of privilege first.
Yeah, this is the part. It's like Captain Carter has the super serum, so she has faster running and more strength. That's it. That's all that really happens. Also, she can't get drunk, but that doesn't matter.
No, not very
she goes
relevant here.
toe to toe with Wanda Maximoff.
honestly, I'm
Toe to toe.
it's dumb. The only reason that I think that if Wanda is feeling sadistic, and I don't think she is, because she's out here on a mission.
Yeah, she's on a mission.
If she was
she's
feeling
not toying
sadistic,
with them.
she would toy with Captain Carter. But she's on a mission, so she should have obliterated Captain Carter quickly and efficiently.
The guy that she just like melted at Kamatosh, the one that was like in
the arrows
pain on the
grazing
ground,
Self, yeah.
and she
Yeah.
just disintegrates him. She could have just done that there with Carter alone.
Yep.
No.
She could have spaghettified Carter as well.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to sound like
She could
writer
have closed her throat, just like she closed his
here. She could
mouth.
have done a
She
multitude
could have
of
done
things.
so many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is where I'm going to take what writer would probably say is where they do a dumb reference payoff to Winter Soldier.
Oh, I was all right. You know what? It's probably better if you take this one away, Springs, because I have notes for this. But I will follow you because this is your
Yeah.
hero.
Captain America. Okay, don't say my hero is Captain Carter. That's not what it's trying to
No,
get
no.
across.
What I'm trying to imply is they try to ape your hero here. They try to
Yes.
steal.
They
They
steal.
did. Look, the first thing that was tall, it was okay, was Captain Carter saying, "I can do this all day." Fine.
That's not fine though.
That's not fine.
No, it's not.
That's what I got angry about. What are you about to get angry about?
I'm saying it's a written reference that's like okay. Like for me, that's the second chance. That's the you get one kind of thing. When Captain Carter throws the shield for Wanda to grab to throw it back, like Winter Soldier, that's the second one. That's too much. That's overdoing it. And they use that as not Wanda killing necessarily using magic or power or any of this reality stuff. No, that's Wanda killing Captain Carter with the shield.
I'm fine with her killing her with a shield.
Yeah, that to me is fine. I'm more angry about the poached line.
Yeah, I'm like, Steve says that line because he's the underdog that stands up to bullies. What is Carter? Why does Carter say that? Okay, nothing.
I'm
So,
trying to. I don't.
It doesn't
well,
make
this
sense for her to say
I
it.
said this Captain Carter is not the What If one.
Yeah,
But I don't know what connection this Captain Carter had to the Steve Rogers of this universe, if there was a Steve Rogers. So I don't know if she just knows that like history of Steve saying that beforehand, like up to bullies, and she's using that as like inspiration for herself to continue the
Well,
fight.
you know, those words exist in the English language in that order somewhere.
I mean, yeah, that could also be established in this universe that is Captain Carter's line. And
Yeah.
Captain America,
I
Captain
didn't
America
even think
doesn't
about
exist,
it
or
as
Steve
like
Rogers doesn't
that's.
exist.
I didn't even think about that's her line. I just thought it was a reference. and I didn't
Either
really
way,
care.
it is a line poached from a better movie to try and make this character relevant for the brief time she's here.
Yes.
And all it does
that,
is
that
just
was the joke.
yeah.
That was the truth.
Because to us, the audience, we know where it's from.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, so Captain Carter should not be able to go toe to toe with Wanda in close quarters at
Or
all.
far
Anybody,
quarters,
really. for that matter,
Or
but,
far
you know.
quarters, yeah. But Captain Carter managed to land a solid super serum hit with the shield into Wanda's head, and it does nothing. So, okay, movie.
Yeah, Wanda's still human.
I know, supposedly, but evidently
That's why
not
she's
anymore.
bleeding.
That's true. She is bleeding.
It's not bleeding.
That's
Right.
oil. I thought that was oil from the bots, the Ultron bots.
No, she's bleeding,
Yeah.
but it's not her blood.
No, it's
We also show her later limping and applying damage.
Hope it
so-
isn't Chris's blood.
She definitely shows damage when she's hunting them later.
Yeah.
So
I
she can get hurt.
I will ask this because once Captain Carter's gone, Shield goes through her, cuts her in half. She's dead. Yay! One less Illuminati to worry about. When she engages Captain Marvel properly, did she suck out Captain Marvel's powers?
No.
I think she was damaging Captain Carter to the point that her outfit was deteriorating
Oh yeah,
because her
Captain
mask
Marvel
starts breaking
yeah.
apart.
Okay, because I thought because
I don't think she was sucking the powers.
The only reason that I think she's sucking out her powers because a statue falling on Captain Marvel would not stop Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we've seen, at least with Agatha Harkness, we've seen what sucking power does. In terms of magic.
Remember, these writers don't care about continuity. So throwing that aside, would that still be what they're trying to imply?
No, it just looks like two opposing beams.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like any
it doesn't look like that from what they've already shown with like drawing power from America.
Yeah, they did no visual of any sucking of any kind.
Oh, it's a
no. There was no sucking and fucking in this movie.
It looks like
reiterate that.
entering orbit, red fire around Captain Marvel.
Then
does this also prove that the Reality Stone, or no, she's Mind Stone, right? Her power is Mind Stone.
Captain Marvel?
You don't know. I don't know.
No, Wanda.
Wanda's the Mind Stone. Yeah.
So the Mind Stone is stronger than
the Space Stone. Yeah.
Space Stone.
Space Stone.
Apparently,
what this proves.
Yeah, and then
that is if this Illuminati Captain Marvel got it from the Space Stone.
And then sorry,
go on. It's safe to assume that she gets her powers from the Tesseract. That's how Captain Marvel gets her powers.
Is it safe to assume that? I think you're running out of assumptions there.
Yeah, from the jet explosion.
Yeah. And then Wanda throws Captain Marvel into a statue, and the statue falls on Captain Marvel, killing her. And thus Monica Rambeau is responsible for the death of another one of her moms.
Yeah, so again, two characters were killed by the means of magic and everything, and the other two were killed by
physical
materials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which should work for Captain Carter. I don't think that should work for Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel is so overpowered, as they've established.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently she could not handle that little witch, and that sucks for them.
It was satisfying to see her die, though.
Oh yeah, so satisfying.
Did they get 1 point?
Yeah, you got a single point from me for that one movie. And
so
then
we go on to the next.
Yeah, I think it's
Strange riling up Mordo.
Yes, trying to rile up Mordo. And then it works. He gets Mordo to attack him, and he blocks with the handcuffs. And the handcuffs don't break. And somehow Mordo thinks it's a good idea to keep attacking him.
Yeah. But before that, do you guys think this Mordo had a thing for his Doctor Strange? Or do you think he was just tired of Strange talking? Do you think there was something behind Strange's words?
I think Mordo of his own Strange, at the point of knowing the Darkhold and everything, saw that the possibility that any Strange could attempt that and do that. So he's against any Strange.
I just heard universally probably Mordo isn't a fan of
I can see it in either way. Where he can see Doctor Strange as a legitimate threat in any universe because of what happened. And then there's the other end of it where I can definitely see it like Strange was his best friend and he had to watch his best friend go through all this. And he had to watch his best friend get executed. And now this Strange is here mocking him for that relationship.
That's actually a good question. Was Mordo there when the other Strange died?
I don't know.
On Titan?
I don't
Probably
think
doesn't really matter.
I was referencing more where Strange is egging him on, implying Mordo was bad in this universe. Saying he gave his Strange the Darkhold to use.
I mean, he does. Yeah, he does kind of make a decent point. Yeah.
So he's trying to sell this Mordo as a bad guy. And I'm asking you guys if you think he was or not.
Yeah, I thought he was, yeah.
I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy, but I think they're both seeing what they already know of the other in their own universes. So this Mordo already knows what his Strange has done and accomplished, so he kind of puts that onto our Strange. But then our Strange already knows Mordo, and he kind of knows that any Mordo is probably capable of doing what that one did.
Well, I would say because he barely talked to the one from a different universe before he drugged him, so it's kind of implies he's not really much of a...
He's not really a hero, but let's be honest, none of the Illuminati are.
Well, you know, that apple spoils a bunch, but I read it as that he was maybe not as bad as the one from Steven's original universe, but probably didn't really think of him very fondly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think R. Strange did a good job saying he could have been nefarious in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By giving him the dark hold.
Yeah. I'm
expecting him to go crazy and get put down.
Yeah, like I said, there's definitely room to work with here, and like I said, it's definitely a relationship that's open to interpretation. But the baseline of it is that Strange does goad Mordo into attacking him.
Yeah.
You're trying to find a fence thing. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right, I got.
And then I think we cut to America and Wanda trying to escape. America and Christine trying to escape still.
Christine.
Yeah, the other redhead.
One
little thing I'll add in that I did like is that these two magic users that we have known this whole time are now in a hand-to-hand fight because of the handcuffs.
Yeah. I mean,
we haven't seen Strange really do that, I don't think.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's just part of Kamar-Taj training, which is fine.
That's what I assumed.
That wasn't a big issue. It was just something that, in addition, I guess.
Do you think this Mordo will return in a later movie? Because he didn't die.
No.
Considering
I think they were going to have the regular one being like the main antagonist of this movie, which I think they were kind of hinting at with the opposite, the other universe version.
Mm-hmm.
Because they set him up to be the next bad guy, and then they just kind of forgot about him. But I think he's probably going to be,
Yeah, behind the scenes, they said they were going to have Mordo in this one, Mordo, get killed by Wanda to show stakes. I'm like, that wouldn't have been a good end for him. Good choice not to do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that that's still a book open for him, because I do like him as a character. If he is a bit bland, there's something to work with there. And so Wanda is kind of doing the slow edge walk.
The last bit of horror movie in this movie.
Soon once we get to the tunnels,
yeah. This scene coming up.
Yeah, the slow edge walk towards America and Christine trying to get out of the cell, and it's not working. And then
Christine's hitting the glass that's supposed to keep in superheroes with a fire extinguisher. I found that hilarious.
Yes, very, very dumb. And then
I just think it was just a panic moment.
Yeah, I agree. She's definitely not thinking. America punches the glass and it cracks into a star.
Does she still have her cuffs on?
I don't think she ever had cuffs. Because
there's no way they didn't put cuffs on her.
I don't think they put cuffs on her at all. Because she didn't have powers, quote unquote. Like, they know who Stephen Strange is. They don't know who she is.
That would be such a security flaw if they didn't restrain all their prisoners.
I
looked up the scene. She does have the bracelets on.
Yeah, I remember she did. Yeah.
Oh, then where the fuck did they go?
Hang on.
She has them on.
She has them on in the first scene when she's in the cage, but then later when she's trying to break out, she doesn't.
Oh well.
Wow.
Oh no.
That is bad.
Oh no. More errors in a shit movie. Fuck.
Because I was like, if she has them on, she cannot break that glass because she's got no powers anymore.
You got no powers.
Yeah, I just assumed she didn't have them on. That makes it worse.
Yeah.
Fuck.
She had them on in the first scene with Strange when they were both in cages.
Oh shit. But don't worry. The handicapped man is here to save the day. Just before Wanda can do anything.
I got something for this part. So,
all right.
Going off of the X-Men movies, we know a general power set of at least that Xavier. He can freeze people. He could freeze people. So why doesn't he just freeze her instead of trying to pull out normal Wanda?
Visually better.
I do. This is my second favorite shot of the eyeballs.
Right?
Yeah, it looks very good. But I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, that would have been smarter.
Hmm.
to give more Charles Xavier screen time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving the guy freaking, like $1 million. Come on.
All more than that, yeah.
I don't know about that, but anyways, yeah. Cool.
I guess going on something it's not really said, but my first thought of seeing Wanda like kind of trapped in the rubble was that it's normal Wanda, like the actual Wanda, like the good side of her still like inside the corrupt. On my second viewing, I realized that is not the same Wanda. That is the one that's being possessed.
Yes, that is the possessed Wanda.
That's how I always viewed it.
Yeah. And Charles implies that he can possibly break the spell if they can rescue her, but behind him, you see a
ominous cloud.
Ominous cloud.
Yeah. And out of that cloud comes Wanda. And to snap Charles Xavier's neck, killing him in the real world too.
Yes.
And
though I will say, regardless of whatever sense it doesn't make, it's probably one of my favorite.
Visually,
visuals,
it's pretty great. I agree. Doesn't make sense, but I do like the visual.
It's the one where I can look past it not making much, power sense because it just looks so good, and it's if they had done it like the way it made sense, I wouldn't like it as much.
It was another one of those Last Stand Jean Grey moments.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like Charles could fix it, but yeah,
it looks so much cooler if he doesn't.
This time we didn't have Magneto screaming.
Yeah. And then we cut to Wanda waking up, coming out of it, and she notices that America and Christina are not there anymore because they've gotten away because America finished breaking the glass.
Yeah, so that implies that the whole thing that happened in the mind was real time, I guess?
Yes.
So I would have thought it would have been like an instant thing, kind of like dreams. Or it's quick.
Maybe Charles did freeze her in place. Like, and this is
how it's visually shown.
Yeah,
he probably did. Like, because if you have somebody in your mind, you really probably can't be like moving around and stuff if you're busy like fighting them out of your mind.
That's true.
Guess maybe. Yeah, I'll accept it, even though they don't show it. But
they don't show it. Yeah, like I said, that's okay. I'm not too worried about that, I suppose. But then we cut to a monster coming down the hallway with the fucking visual sounds that are playing.
The shadow made me laugh in my head because all I saw was what it looked like was the cop running and Cry with a Chance of Meatballs. That's that shadow looked
swinging arms.
Yeah,
it looked just like it.
And I know it's squeaky boots, but the squeaky boots are kind of played to be like almost screams. I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what the audio is playing.
Also, I don't mean to backtrack a little bit, but you guys forgot about the best CGI in a movie that has been made in the past like 5 or 6 years. If I could mention that.
Wanda snapping his neck.
No, well, the security footage.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago, yeah.
But she was destroying all the Ultron bots. Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, that was not good.
That was like mid-2000s.
The only way that it was passable was because they played it as security footage. And
but even still, I was like, wait, that's like really bad.
Wait, did they just have one guy work on that for half an hour? What the heck?
Yeah. It is actually a big thing that the visual effects departments are like backed up by like a year and a half in Hollywood right now. Like
they don't pay him any money.
One, they don't pay them enough, and two, there's not enough of them. Like they're legitimately backed up.
Every movie has CGI now at this point.
Yeah, so it's a lot of work now. It's like a crunch time for a video game. Only there's crunch time for movies now, and that sucks.
There's always been a crunch time,
especially
it's been a little bit more lenient. Yeah,
it's just
this much
usually
Marvel
you have to have it out by
Wars
summer
content.
or Christmas. That's the two big ones.
Yeah, and then
They meet up with Strange.
They meet up with Strange. The cloak is back. I have no idea, but he's here. My favorite character of the movie.
When did Christine have time to fix it either? He's like, Christine fixed it. I'm like, when?
The only time where I think she could have fixed it or patched it up is when they were fucking knocked out. That is the only.
I can't accept that.
Like I said, that's
studying them.
That's me reaching, and I agree. There's no place.
I can believe that more than it happened when Strange was meeting with the Illuminati.
Yeah.
Because Christine was with America
she was
the
with
whole time.
America, yeah.
Is it stated that Christine was the one who patched it?
Yes. I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, it could have been anybody.
America said that she fixed it, so...
Okay, well then
maybe she fixed it in front of America.
Maybe.
We're believing a thief here, right? We're believing a thief? Okay.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I know. And there's the cave is back. They flee from Wanda, and it shows Wanda, instead of flying to chase after them, she ends up running over some glass, which will explain her limping.
The zombified look.
Yeah, the zombified look. Again, really cool visual. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Doesn't make really any sense. Yeah, she flies. So.
Yeah, she could have just floated over shit. Like, it's not hard for her to fly. And so they're running down. Sorry.
Before that, when they met up with Strange, Christina had a talk with him about trust. About giving the information about the door.
Oh yeah.
And the whole knife thing got brought up again, I believe there.
Mm-hmm.
That even this Strange had to hold the knife. So
and then America defends him. It's like, this Strange is different.
Yes,
he's different. I've known him.
He's different. I've known him for about 6 hours, but he's good. Good guy.
I was gonna say about the whole, why isn't she like floating or levitating? Granted, this is again an artistic license a little bit on but
yes.
I assumed it was like she is so focused on getting, she's like so close, she just doesn't even care. It's and it's not her body, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's that just she is just like I am
Terminator animalistic mode.
Yeah, just like it's like all lizard brain. It's no more logic. It's just like I have you so close,
like that lizard brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
That I can kind of accept that, I guess.
Like I said, honestly,
she's looking at her face. She does have
the only thing that I like, see her stepping on glass doesn't really. I agree. It's more for the visual aesthetic. I'm okay with it. I'm just pointing out that it could have been avoided. It's not a huge issue.
Well, I'm not saying you were saying it's an issue, but I was just saying it. I thought it was I thought it was cool because it also just shows how unhinged she is and that she's just like doesn't care. It's just it doesn't matter. It's she's just gonna, when she gets her goal, it's all meaningless.
Yeah. I mean the limping and stuff becomes an issue in the tunnel when we get there, because this is classic horror movie trope, but she should clearly be falling behind.
If limping, yes.
If limping, which it is implied she is.
Since we're saying the flying could be dismissed, then yes, she should be falling behind.
I also...
The reason why she's not using magic on him, that's another question. But,
yeah. And then she's just blasting through doors to get to them as they're trying to shut them behind them. And I think this next part was a very awkward scene for me, where they shut a door that she's been shown to blast through, and there's just they just stop running.
They stop and stare at the door. And then the water.
And you can clearly see the door close behind her, and she's just standing there as the door's closing in front of her.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to jump scare you.
Yeah.
And they do this weird thing where the water dripping flows down, but they still move at normal speed. And I'm like, that is a weird way to try to build tension, but it just looks weird.
Yeah.
I don't think it did its job.
I think it's one of the few visual missteps of this movie was that. Because there was a time where America spoke normally, and then the water's still dripping very, it's slow motion around them.
Yeah, she talked normal. They moved at a normal speed.
Yeah.
and looking around and stuff. Just the water was slow.
Yeah.
Didn't make much sense.
I will say this brings up one of my just a camera work that I think was very funny that I found comical was for the jump scare, the tension and everything of like the shaky cam and them still running away, like the jump scare like scares the cameraman.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's not a zoom in, zoom out or shaky. It looks like the cameraman dropped the camera and picked it back up.
Yeah, he looked startled for sure.
Yeah, and I find it funny that Strange says, Strange collapses the tunnel and floods it with water. And I said, I find it funny that it says, I bought us time. When they were just standing there and waiting, I'm like, all right. Yeah. That was...
Sure.
Well, he's also like, good Wanda, hold your breath, and then does it.
Yeah.
You're giving Wanda a lot of time to not just stand there. You're lucky that she does just stand there while you're conjuring that spell up. And the walking around after buying time thing.
And then they get to the gate.
Yeah, the gates. To the junction between universes. No, the gate. You're right. And the gates can only be opened by the watch. That's the key.
That's the key.
Writer, if you want to go first.
I'm more... I can't tell if that... it was Steven's watch that they used, or it was Christine's watch for this universe's version of Steven that was used to open the gate.
I believe.
Did he bring his, or was that left at his?
I think his is still on his arm. Probably. I think it was Christine's Steven's.
Okay.
Because Christine's the one who pulls it up and shows him.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't understand why she would have his watch.
Well,
I don't understand why she would do that.
When they put him in the cage, that she could have taken.
Yeah, that would have been a little odd. Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. So sorry, Springs. Take it away.
I was just saying. I think it was cool that the way to open would only be for a Stephen Strange. Like one of the things to open the gate, because magic can't be used as it was shown. So there's got to be some other way, and the key is only something a Strange would know or have. But then again, that is also staying with the multiverse, talk that Crimson has been saying, is that every single Strange has a watch, or at least established for this universe. Well, it is shown for this universe that this Strange had a watch and chose the watch to be the one thing to open the door.
Yeah. I'm fine with it, Steven. I think it's more for this universe, because if I read it too broadly, like any Stephen Strange could open this, that would be problematic, I think. But I like the idea that Stephen Strange has the watch as the key to the door, and he could give that key to anyone in his universe to open it. So I do like there is a little bit of trickery to the door. I wish there was a better payoff to it, because I think the watch as a symbol has been kind of rendered moot in the past few movies.
I agree with that. Yeah, not much behind it.
Yeah.
Anymore really. Do you think if they closed the door after they went through, Wanda wouldn't be able to get in here?
I think it would have slowed her down enough for them to use the book more.
Yes.
See, the way I pictured this door is like Monsters, Inc. Where if you open it with the key, it takes you here, but if you just blast open the door, it's just a room.
Which is precedent, because that is how things function in the first movie with fucking wall murals.
Because if you could just blast the door open, that sucks. That's a terrible security measure.
Yeah.
If you could just open the door by blowing it up, and now you're in this void place. There has to be some magic.
Yeah. In that regard, then they definitely should have shut the door.
Yeah, that's how I pictured it. They didn't establish anything like that, but I would hope Strange would think of something like that.
But they ignore it. Like the door's left open as they go through.
They'll never know.
Wanda magically pulls America's hair as a reveal that she's there.
Yes. I'm trying to think of anything character-wise happens other than Steven slowly approaches.
He's admired by the beauty of the book.
Oh, the book, because he's like, oh, it's real, and then he just picks it up.
Yeah, he just picks it up, and before he could start doing anything with it, Wanda appears, and
they have a little Harry Potter wand duel thing.
Kind of a counter spell moment that ends up destroying the MacGuffin of the movie.
Which also something to point out, it's completely by chance and random that when the book fell and opened up, the one page that, I mean, it all burned, but the page that came out of the book burning had a star on it.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Is that...
Oh, what, was it a normal star or was it like a pentagram?
It was a normal looking star.
Oh, that is...
that's supposed to be for America, isn't it?
That's what I'm
if it's just
thinking.
A normal star.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this was to help with America and everything. It's like,
that's a nice little neat detail that I missed. Cool.
Do you think they'll ever talk about this void space again and explain what all these buildings floating are?
Absolutely fucking not.
Probably not.
They are not brave enough.
You will ever be coming back to this dimension.
This isn't the dimension. This isn't a dimension.
This is the space between universes, the gap junction.
Yeah, this is a one of a kind. Nowhere else. This could have been where America was born and explain why she was only one, but they didn't do that.
Yeah. And then
that wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Alti Wanda controls America, brings America to her, controls her, opens a portal, and sends them off into Act 3.
Randomly.
randomly into Act 3. Randomly into Act 3.
No choice. She randomly throws them in. And then, do you want to cut it there or finish this part?
We can finish this part. She then opens a portal to herself to throw America through, and then cedes control of Wanda, this universe's Wanda, back to her. And
for as I stated earlier, with what I thought was true, which did occur, was she's able to control America using like mind hexing to get the exact location of where she wants her to go.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings up a question, actually. So that means she would have had to have chosen the world Strange and Christine went to then?
Possibly. Maybe she
How would she have known about that place?
I don't think she chose that. She opened up the thing because it still had all the various mirrored stars. So just threw them in to get rid of them. And then while they were gone, controlling America, she made the stars come closer to get the destination of where she wanted to get America to, which was her real self.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see that again, because I don't know. We've already established the portal thing doesn't make too much sense anyways. Yeah. So, all right.
And that's the end of Act 2?
Yep. And any fucking summary thoughts before we jump right into Act 3?
I think still messy, but I think it was more structured out than Act 1.
I can agree with that. I think they had more of an idea what they wanted to do once they got here.
Yes? I don't know. I feel like it's both structured similarly. I don't think one's more structured than the other.
Fair enough. Any final thoughts on this Sinister before we jump on?
No, I mean, yeah. I think this part is... I mean, the second act is probably my favorite over the first, but I don't see it... As far as, structure goes, I don't see a huge difference in, a change over, as far as I can... But
yeah. And then we end up in an incursioned universe. A universe where an incursion is either in progress or has already taken place.
Oh, never mind.
effects.
I got one thing.
Oh.
Wait, we didn't really acknowledge that Wanda's my boys. This is my boys.
Hasn't she been
laugh,
saying
my
like that whole
boy.
time?
My
It's-
boy.
It's
No,
the
I mean,
consistent character
Oh,
trait across all
sorry,
Wanders, I
the-
guess.
The one that
The
was left
possessed one.
behind.
Yeah.
The possessed one's like, she's in this weird universe. She's like, my boys, and flies.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
yeah,
the first
that's
thing you think of.
that was not
That's-
a reaction
that's the
for
killer.
that universe. I don't know what they were thinking with that line.
Even if that Wanda was aware of everything that happened, which
Mhm.
I don't even know if that one does. I don't think that one is aware of anything. That's still a weird thing to be the first thing out of your mouth. My boys. I left them tucked in bed on, or actually no, I left them on the couch asleep. What are they doing now? I need to get to them.
Yeah. So
In Kerr's place, yes.
yes,
Incursion
we
world.
end up in an incursion world, and it's kind of cool to see what's happened to an incursion universe. I think the visuals remind me of I think a little bit of Inception, with the dreamscape-like feeling that this universe has.
Why should I say Inception?
Sorry. And then
It is a little bit different than the one they did for What If.
yeah.
'Cause
Yes.
They had an
Oh yeah,
incursion in that one.
it's different for sure. But like the visual aesthetic gave me reason enough to believe that we might actually see that version of Doctor Strange.
The What If one was very like venomized, like oily deterioration. This one was just
everything
more.
was falling apart.
Yeah, this one was
I don't think they
floating
could really
and some
do
things were
this.
off.
Yeah, I don't think they could really do that in this one.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of work.
One of the notes I put here was awesome visuals, man. Chef's kiss. that was
Visuals were pretty cool.
yeah.
I think one of my favorites is when he first walks into
Sanctum.
this sanctum, and you got like that red moon effect with the stairs
And the horizon in the background with the ocean. Oh,
Yeah.
Stairway into heaven.
I chef kissed in real life when I saw that. That was that's probably the visuals in this universe are probably my favorite.
That slightly brings up a question: is an incursion a new numbered universe?
No.
Well, the idea of an incursion is that the universes are either getting destroyed or two universes are colliding and destroying each other. So I don't think it introduces a numbered universe. I think it's just destroying already numbered universes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least that's how the smartest man alive explained it to me.
But he said it was affected by that version of Strange.
Yes, like the idea, the concept behind an incursion is the longer that someone is in a different universe, the more chances they are to create an incursion that their presence will create. All right, and then we get
Strange goes upstairs.
Strange goes up
Yep.
the stairs and
Leaves Christine outside.
Leaves
Strange goes
Christine outside.
downstairs. Strange goes to the left. Strange goes to the left.
Yeah, and then
Pick that now, John.
they the new Strange basically asks, how did you get here? And the Strange explains like very, very quickly, like we got here by accident and they're looking for a way to get out. And he says, prove it. And we get a sweet monologue that has no support to it whatsoever. And I also have to reiterate, infinite universes.
Yes.
So there's no guarantee that this Strange had a sister.
That's true.
No, every universe Strange loses his sister as a kid.
Yeah. It's
Crazy.
It's definitely odd.
I think the MCU or like portrayal of multiverse they're trying to show is that more than likely everything's the same, but there might be one universe that doesn't. That's it.
Well, they proved that wrong with Paint World and all this other nonsense.
That's
worlds.
true.
Well,
So,
what they're going with the Hollywood version of what multiple universes are, is that there are set rules in every universe, but the same thing is likely to be in the same universe. Every universe would have, and because in the comic books, every universe has an Avengers or a version of the Avengers.
this is sort of supported by the idea of, I guess, No Way Home, where everyone has their own version of Aunt May, or and Uncle Ben.
Or Peter Parker.
Yeah. Every Peter Parker has their version of Uncle Ben. And, for...
Guys, I was a part of the Avengers. That's great. What is that?
Yeah, and then the MCU's Peter obviously has Aunt May instead of Uncle Ben. And then...
Yeah.
So, it's still lucky that this Strange had a sister specifically, because he might have lost a sibling. It could have been a brother, but there would be differences, I think, given Infinite Universe.
Do you think that that's what he was, like, that... It wasn't that... I'm going to be honest, I don't remember too vividly this specific scene, so if I'm, off base. Did he say that he lost his sister as well, or did he just, was like, okay, you're...
It implies that he lost his sister. It's like, we don't talk about that, do we? That sort of thing.
I would have, this is, again, artistic license. I'm giving him far too much credit.
Yes,
could it just be that almost like every version of Doctor Strange, or within the confines of this cinematic universe, every version of Doctor Strange that's a sorcerer loses like somebody.
Yeah.
And so that by him saying, "Oh yeah, I lost a sister," he knows that he is, a Doctor Strange and not, just a Stephen Strange.
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that as a reason, but then the issue is then that it should have been set up, because that is such an important facet to this character, evidently, that it happens to every single version of Doctor Strange, or most versions. So,
well, as we've seen in the What If, he's never works out in some way, but that's not necessarily in this.
Yeah.
This Evil Strange says that sounds about right.
Yeah.
So, it might not have been exact, but
yeah, they set it up a little bit, but it's not like flat out like, I lost a brother or something, or I lost a friend. Yeah, it's like, so go on.
And then it's revealed that Evil Strange has the Darkhold.
And R. Strange is kind of dumb about it. He's like, "Oh, you're protecting the book."
Yeah.
He's clearly...
He's not okay.
He's protecting it.
Yeah, he's the guy's clearly not okay. And we know with the history of the Darkhold that he establishes now, that incursions can happen, and this universe is being incurred, and we see that this Strange has a Darkhold. Come on, Steven, you're supposed to be smarter than this. Just a little bit.
They also talk about how similar this Strange is to ours, where this version of him also went to the wedding and lied. And so this is like, here's a potential future of our Strange.
Yeah. I also want to say that...
if he didn't go on this adventure type deal.
Yeah. I do want to say that I give credit to Benedict as well, because like I said, I like the monologue in isolation, even if it has no support about their sister. I want to say that Benedict almost tears up when he's giving it, and I think that does a lot to put like a lot of weight behind the story. I just wish that it was set up more, obviously, but I still want to give credit to the actor because he is acting his heart out. Great job.
Yeah.
But I like that Evil Strange, before going on the Christie, telling a story of Christie, he turns to Steven and says, "Are you happy, Steven?"
Payoff to an earlier question.
And then he goes off into the rant of why he lied, or that he lied to Christine. And
universe hopping, looking for a Christine he could live with or whatever, and killing every Strange.
Yeah, you ever had a dream of where you're falling? That was probably me.
Also establishing that this must be a pretty strong Strange if he can just kill every single one he comes across.
Yeah. But he can obviously use means of trickery and stuff, so that doesn't bother me. He might, not outright start fights with them like he does with this one, for some fucking reason.
It implies that he's been doing this a lot.
Yeah.
So there's bound to have been actual fights in there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. For him to still be alive after a lot of conflict would imply he's pretty strong and good,
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's true.
especially with the Darkhold, because that's
Yes.
additional power
Yes.
that our Strange doesn't have access to.
Yes. And I think he mockingly, our Steven asks to borrow the Darkhold to use it in order to save America and thus the multiverse. He, Evil Strange offers to give it to him in exchange for his Christine. I think he asked this mockingly more than
He knew
seriously.
the answer.
Yeah, he knew the answer. Because of his answer right afterwards, like, I didn't think so. And then I think this is probably my favorite fight of the movie.
The unique one.
I think it's easy the indication to know that this Darkhold Strange is in that mocking tone is when he like grasps the center of the Sanctum mirror and then taps it and turns around with a wicked smile on his face.
Yes. 100%.
That shows all the intention of what he's doing.
Yep. And I really love this fight sequence. It makes no sense because once again, it's just, can he just take words and make them into runes?
He can do anything.
Yeah, again, he could do anything.
Well,
no
if you're
limits.
gonna do a battle with sounds, why not have it be musical?
Yeah, like I said, this is fucking amazing visuals, but at the same
also
time,
reminiscent of a Ash vs. Evil Dead scene.
Is it?
What do you want to talk about? Yeah, there's a scene, not exactly like it, but there's a scene very similar to it involving musical instruments in Ash vs. Evil Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that skeleton flute player?
Nope, I'm not gonna say.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
I like how in the music fight scene there are pieces being played using their notes of classical music,
Yes.
like actual composed pieces.
I know that there's a piano in the room, and I'm like, I wonder if my personal headcanon, because I haven't checked to see yet, is I think all the instruments that they're using are in the room. Like all the instruments that we hear are in the room, and I think that's cool.
Probably.
That would be likely, I would imagine.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Since it's a music fight, and then trying to make it practical.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I think it's, like I said, it's a very visually stunning sequence, and I'm like, I'm rooting for them here because it's fucking awesome scene. I want to go through. I'm gonna end up rewatching and looking for all the instruments just to see if I can find them. Just because all the instruments that we hear, like I know we hear the piano. I know I saw the piano that we do hear at the start of the fight, and then I think we hear as well. I thought I saw a trumpet or a brass instrument for when they. When one of the retaliating strikes comes along. But yeah, for me, there's really not much to say about the rest of the scene in particular, other than I thought the fight was really fucking cool.
I'd like to point out from the very beginning, the Strange Supreme in the first scene had that blue magic look, which could indicate what he uses for his power. Of how he uses it and everything, and then we know everything that like normal Strange and Comatage and Juan all have that orange look to it. This Strange, however, this Incursion one is purple, but I think that is based off of the Darkhold because that's the color Agatha uses.
Yes, I think so as well.
So I think the color of your magic comes from where you learned it from.
That would be cool to explore. I want to see that because see if that's true. I want to see that expanded on.
Because at first I thought it was just to indicate differences. Because if they were both orange, it would be kind of hard to pinpoint like whose attack is who. But they kind of did that in the first Strange movie.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know if that was to assist and aid. But now looking over it, it might be just on like how you learned it.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't Wanda's Darkhold spells be purple then?
Possibly. I think being that she uses red because of her actual power ability, because she doesn't do any, she doesn't do any of the hand portal movements or whips, or she does the finger, I don't know what to call it, her finger little movements, because that's the magic she uses.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think she uses the dark source as a booster more so than a teacher.
hmm
I need to look back at that first Strange, see if all of the spells are blue or not, and that'll add validity to this because I'm still not sure if he does use just blue magic, but that'll be interesting.
hmm So do we have anything else on the fight scene before we move on?
I thought it was very cool. That's it.
Yeah, I that's how I am. Like, this scene was fucking very awesome visually. I loved it.
Also, I don't think it was a random chance that one of Strange's first notes unlocked the Darkhold off of Dark Strange's belt.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that was planned and aimed.
He was totally playing strategy. That's why I love this fight scene. Like, they are fighting. At least our Strange is fighting very strategically because he knows that this Strange is more powerful because of the Darkhold. So he's playing everything as close as he can. I like to see thinking used in fights a lot. It's one of the reasons why I love the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing else for it.
And then Dark Strange gets pushed out of a window and falls on a fence.
Impales on a fence, yes.
Impales on a fence.
And the third eye opens to give Christy a jump scare, and the audience
Yes.
if they weren't expecting that.
And then we go back to Wanda
Dude,
Core.
I'd be shocked if anyone jumped to that.
Yeah.
It was a pretty weak jump scare if it's considered a jump scare.
But yes, I think we have.
Now we have Sorcerer
A
Supreme.
miracle.
Yes, Sorcerer Supreme is alive.
This is not a miracle. This is the hand of God saving.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah. And then I think we cut from him showing that he's alive to Strange opening the Darkhold because he's about to cast a spell.
I also think that just a little, I guess, one of those gold nuggets or whatever. When Juan wakes up, it's a piano note, which is kind of their way of actually a listening transition rather than visual.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
He also fell like 10 stories.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's dead
And,
in the
and
real
when
life.
he got
but-
thrown off, he got thrown far horizontally as well. But
Yeah.
when they show him, he's on the cliffside. So I don't know how he landed there anyways. But
Because he's the Sorcerer Supreme.
it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
And then
The worst one in history.
let's see.
Wanda
I gotta say
starts
there's a bit of a time.
trying to take.
Yeah,
Yeah, Wanda starts taking power from America.
Which
And-
takes a very long time this time.
it took her a very long time to start. I just want to say that as well. There was a lot of in-time movie that went by from where she had America, because she had America like seconds after Doctor Strange arrives in the incurred universe, and so I'm left
So
to
did she
assume
just-
she did nothing for like an hour.
Oh, I'm like,
did-
did she go into
She
evil
did bad guy
monologue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bad guy
Did-
monologue.
Did she monologued at America for an
Gave
hour?
the whole
That's-
story of
Sacrificing your life
Scarlet
so my
Witch.
kids don't die from the cold.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? All right, I can. All right, that's funny.
Gave the whole story of
I'm
like,
surprised you don't remember that because that was like I was like.
me and my brother were in under our bed when a Stark missile came in. And
Yeah, she had to start from the beginning with that one.
Yeah, and they used a probability spell on it.
One is
like, what are you gonna do to me? And she turns around and goes, "Do you like I Dream a Genie?" Let me tell you.
I mean, it would be funny. Like maybe she did try to coax America into doing things, but honestly, the point is she didn't try to start sucking her power away until this moment, which which is a problem. But I will headcanon that she did do an evil monologue because that sounds way funnier.
So then, as you were saying, writer, it then goes to Strange using the Darkhold.
It then goes to Strange using the Darkhold, and Christine catches him trying to use the Darkhold, but he's right now. You can just kind of visually see him going through different universes and trying to find where America is before he
Which
gets
is easy
to-
because there's only one America.
yes.
And this is what shows for Sprinks how Wanda found Strange and
In theory, yeah, this would be it.
earlier.
And then Christine shows up and accuses him, like, all strangers are alike, that sort of thing. And I'm just like, he's trying to save the multiverse. Can you not? Like this.
But they're all alike. We gotta trash him before he saves the universe. Multiverse.
Yeah. But the point is, he finds the universe he needs to go to. And then he gets ready to cast the spell. A few other cool like visuals happen where the going through the Darkhold is red like Wanda's magic almost. And
Yeah.
And you can see that he brings all the candles to him and lights them all up at once.
Kind of throws a rock.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned.
wait.
That's why I mentioned it.
Wait, I just remembered something that does throw something from earlier that you were questioning. Okay. Yeah, just like the next. Sorry, my brain was a little ahead,
Yeah.
seeing what's coming up next. And when he goes
Yes.
dreamwalking into the
Yeah.
corpse of
Riley was setting something
I
up.
was setting
Yeah.
something up.
Yeah.
So
if you were unsure before, it's guaranteed now.
yes. And then Strange asks Christine to protect him from the souls of the damned that are going to come after him for dreamwalking into another universe, because he's going to dreamwalk into Defender Strange, his body.
Well, it's not necessarily dreamwalking. It's just
He's just going to possess the body.
A dead, a corpse.
Yeah, he's going to possess the body. He's going to possess the body, and he does. And we got a nice visual sequence of him climbing out in the middle of a rainstorm. You know, reaching out of his grave and
got
pulling
the
himself
thunder
up.
and lightning going on.
Classic zombie.
Classic zombie.
Coming out of the grave.
Yeah, and then the fucker opens a fucking portal
With a sling ring.
with a sling ring to Wondercore.
Which indicates that Strange Supreme had a sling ring the whole time.
Yes.
I fucking hate this movie so much. As a writer, like I said, I still enjoy it. But fuck me, the writing in this film is just terrible. Like,
All
even
they had to do was show
from
him
the
try
first
to use
scene-
it and it failed.
From the
Didn't do
first
it.
scene, there's already something falling apart. This is just adding on more. And anyways, he portals to Wondercore. Yay. And then all the demon spirits attack him.
Damned.
Yeah, Souls of the Damned attacked him.
With more eyeball stuff.
With more eyeball stuff, and I have written in my notes here. I say lots of meaningless dialogue from the spirits, because I think they're just attacking Strange for dreamwalking into a corpse or possessing a corpse, and that's
for doing forbidden magic.
forbidden
Yeah,
magic.
I hope in later films they talk about these souls of the damned. 'Cause
Yeah,
they don't say anything about them.
yeah.
Just protect the dead, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then the dead start coming, or the souls of the damned start coming through Strange and attacking Christine.
Which is, wow, what an Evil Dead shot of Christine holding back one of the souls of the damned, just shaking over her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
I keep
little.
saying Evil Dead. It's
Yeah.
throughout this movie.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's intentional.
One little detail I did like in the scene. It's very surface level. The thing Christine uses to fight off the spirits of the damned is the thing that Strange picked up to defend the Sanctum Sanctorum in the first movie, and I forgot the villain's name, but I don't even remember the actor's name anymore. It was
Mads Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen looks at him and says, "You don't know how to use that, do you?" And that's the same item that Strange was holding at that moment in the first film. And Christine knows how to use the item in this universe, which is I'm okay with, because she's got to rifle through all of Steven's relics in her universe, I'm assuming.
Well, the way, yeah, I wasn't fine with it the first time I watched it, but when I saw it again, I'm like, okay, they explained this where those bracelets are made from the sands that drugged them.
Yeah.
So she obviously goes through their artifacts. So I was like, okay, she can know what that is, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm okay with her knowing what it is, and I also like the nod to Doctor Strange 1, that it's something that he didn't know how to use in the first movie to defend himself, and here she is using it to fend off the evil spirits, which is cool because we now know what the relic does. I have also my notes that Wanda's just taking her sweet time.
Oh yeah.
And then Christine gives Strange a pep talk, saying,
Yeah.
"Take control of the souls."
Yes.
Yeah, and then
You can do it.
rises him like a vampire out of a coffin.
Yeah, and look, it makes no sense, but damn, that visual is fucking awesome.
And then you get a little bit of that electric guitar
Yeah.
in there. And then zombified dream walking Supreme Strange uses the souls of the damned into a cloak of levitation.
Yes.
Wow.
And he uses it to fly to Wondercore. And the monsters can see him coming. And you can
the demons?
The demons.
Yeah.
And you can see them like actually prep to use a spell from Wanda. Like they have that red magic that they're about to cast that's strange. But then the Sorcerer Supreme fucking runs the monster through in the head and pulls him off the ledge.
How pathetic they are.
Showing how pathetic they are and pulls him off the ledge. And he's like, ha ha, come on! And then all three lean over and he realizes there's more of them. And he should remember that there's more of them. But
and the first one it showed that they had magic and they're like, oh, we'll just use rocks.
Yeah. And then Strange saves the Sorcerer Supreme once again. By basically, does he just ram them off?
He does like a sound wave attack.
Okay.
Using the souls of the damned that just blow them off.
Yeah.
Sorcerer Supreme says, "Strange!"
Yeah,
while
he's
smiling, and I'm like, what the heck? You don't even know what's going on. He's a freaking zombie thing. What is that?
I think that's a good point. Never mind. I was about to defend it, but I'm not going to.
One could think that's any form of strange. It's just a strange.
Yeah,
he might not even know it's strange.
Yeah,
I don't even know if it looks strange
identifiable
enough for him to identify.
It might be in Wong's head that like only Strange would pull this level of this stunt, that he would look this fucking insane trying to save the universe kind of thing. I can see that, but I think I need more of their relationship to buy it, because otherwise I'm in agreement that she probably doesn't know.
I wouldn't look at that and think it's a good thing.
Yeah, no.
But that's what I'm saying.
I mean, then again, it did just save him. So
he could have been easily corrupted and turned into something looking like that.
He could have just saved. He did just save Wong. So there is that one thing that's going for him. I don't think it's enough, but at least it's something. And then Wanda walks up yelling, "Hypocrites!
Dreamwalking, you hypocrite!"
And I'm just like, again, saving the multiverse, and you trying to end it. I think there's a problem here.
But by definition, yes, hypocrite.
Yeah,
but with context, there's reason.
Yeah. And then Strange kind of has all the spirits attack Wanda.
And you see that the spirits suck like the power of Wanda. Like they don't get harmed by it; they inhale it.
Yes.
Yeah, they absorb the chaos magic.
Yeah.
And that's when Strange gives that nice quote.
Yes.
That we said at the very beginning. And this time, it's going to take more than killing me to kill me.
Yes.
Yes.
And all the way back.
It all leads back. And then spirits attack Wanda. Wong traps all the spirits and Wanda inside of a shield to try and contain her.
Yes.
Thus proving he can use magic if if nothing else did. And
actually, this brings up something. So they show a shot of the demons in her eyes. So can they not do the same thing they did to Strange? And where she's just
like drag her
stuck
down, kind of thing.
Yeah, she's just getting dragged down to hell or whatever.
I feel like
because it showed it in her eyes.
Maybe they could have, but she's not violating any laws at the moment. And that's very loosely a very shitty defense for this writer.
I'd have to see it again if they're in her eyes or if that's a reflection off her eyes. I need to see that again.
Mhm.
I just remember it being shown in her eyes.
Oh, it goes. It's another eyeball thing where it goes like into her eye, and you see them all flying around like darkness.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Then if they're in her eye, yeah, I think that's kind of a problem.
In your eyes.
In your eyes.
Yeah. And then
In your thighs.
yeah, we have Wong, after trapping her, says, "You have to take her power, Strange." And
It's the only way.
It's the only way. And zombified Strange goes over to America, and then he's like, "It's me in other me's body." And she's almost tearing up, and I think the actress does a good job. It's like, "You have to take my power. It's the only way, right?"
Yeah, she understands it now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then he just gives her a bit of a pep talk.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hate that so much.
Poor Defender Strange, by the way, who saved your life and you shat on for the entire movie for choosing to try and kill you to save the multiverse, and here you are, understanding, now accepting of it. Fucking hell. And yeah, Strange gives her the pep talk to give America the second wind in order to continue the fight.
It's like, you can do it. And this is
You've
the part
been using
that
your
I
power.
referenced, saying that it all happened for a reason.
Yeah,
That's where this comes from.
like you've been
Which I
controlling
might be
it the
taking
entire
too literal.
Yeah.
I guess. Well, who knows?
And
We'll see America again and see how consistent they are with their powers.
yeah, and so she's ready to fight the good fight, and then Wanda breaks out, knocking Wong out. Strange means to move towards Wanda, gets blasted down, his arm getting
Starts
like even
burning alive.
more burning alive, burning unalive,
Yeah,
I guess.
burning unalive.
And then America punches her a couple times and almost sends her into fucking Mustafar from Star Wars.
Was it? Was that actually Mustafar?
No.
It could be.
It could be. Disney owns Star
Infinite
Wars.
universes.
Okay.
Disney owns.
Yeah, that's one of my gripes that I'm like, I didn't think they actually touched in this movie, but they did it in What If. So
Yeah. I genuinely don't know if it's Mustafar from Star Wars. It's a lava planet. That's all I need to know. So
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there because it's the only lava planet that I know outside of Mercury, I guess. And then Wanda fights back, and America realizes she can't win, and so she's gonna give Wanda what she wants, and
For kids.
portals her
Watching.
right into the. I'm assuming it's Illuminati Wanda's house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was
yeah.
beat up and stuff from.
Yeah,
Her-
I assumed it was. I just wanted to double check with all of you because fucking hell, I could have missed something.
Oh yeah, this also.
Oh, it
proves,
is.
This also
Um,
proves that it was cuts and not just oil, because her face is cut.
Yeah.
A bit,
Mhm.
so. Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Didn't want to.
There we go. That's the end.
And then
That's the end,
Wanda
yes.
learns that, oh my gosh, I'm not a mother, I'm a monster.
Who would have guessed?
I know. Who would have
the heck
fucking
would have
thought?
guessed?
But you know what? Credit to the actress. With what little material she's given, she does a great job in realizing that she is a monster. I think she acts it very well.
Oh,
Script-
for Elizabeth Olsen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Liz
Liz
does.
famous of all the Olsens. Yeah.
Yeah,
she's-
Liz does really, really well, and it's just
Liz.
yeah. Sorry, it's my nickname for Elizabeth.
Liz.
Yeah, I
Like it.
wonderful acting in realizing that she's a monster, but the fucking journey we took to get here was shit.
Oh, boy, yeah.
I like this scene conceptually where we're beating her with her mind instead
Yeah.
of physically. So I like the idea of this scene. Well, like you said, it's not completely built up correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was the other, like the possessed Wanda who says, know that they'll be loved.
Yes.
Yeah, at the end of it, yeah. Warriors I'll be loved. And then I was like, oh yeah, I guess so. And then that's it.
And then the portal closes and Wanda destroys destroys Wondacore, pretty much.
Yeah.
Wong and America escape, and Defender Strange's body is gonna stay in Wondacore, and he wakes up in Incurred universe with the promise that
Christine.
with Christine, with the promise that America is going to try and find them. And then we get a monologue of from Strange where he's like, I think he says that it's not that he doesn't want to love someone, it's that he's afraid to, which was a likable line. I like this scene in isolation. Again, nothing to support it.
I don't remember anything Strange said. I just remember I was taking responsibility for our actions.
Yeah.
And slightly before we see that Wanda, as a final sacrifice, had the power to destroy every Darkhold ever made. Well, every quote unquote copy of Darkhold ever made
in every universe. I thought.
Yeah. They said every universe.
Wow.
Which makes me think every copy. Okay, there's probably a far more Wandacores. Did she destroy every Wandacore? I don't think so.
She should have been able to destroy every book, regardless of that. Yeah. That makes no sense.
And then we also have the "I love you in every universe" line.
Yep.
Cheesy.
I love you 3000.
Yeah. Again, I love you 3000 works where this does not, because I love you 3000 actually has some emotional weight and support behind it, and this does not. Because I don't know, I don't really like Christine in this movie.
I mean, they're not really giving her much, would be the counterpoint. So.
Oh yeah, no, they're not giving her anything. They're not giving her to work with.
You got to keep in mind here, this is a different Christine.
Yeah, this is a different Christine, and they're not.
This is not the one we know.
Yeah, they're not giving the actress much to work with, but also I don't really like the character in this movie at all. Either versions.
Christine as a character overall is pretty forgettable in the grand scheme of the MCU. I think.
Yeah.
Isn't that the worst crime of all?
She's just there. Yeah, I would say being forgettable is worse than being annoyed by or something. Because at least you remember being annoyed by a character.
Yeah, you just took up my time and wasted it pretty much.
I have no idea what that's like.
And anyways,
rebuilding Comatage.
Yeah, we go to rebuilding Comatage. Steven.
America training.
We got America training, and then we got Steven
showing that America didn't know how to use a sling ring.
Yeah.
Confusing the theft part in the beginning a little bit.
Yeah. And then America is still here, which is a problem.
Why isn't she looking for her moms?
I'm waiting for the incursion to happen.
How to harness her power.
I'm just waiting for the incursion to happen, because the smartest man in the universe says that the longer someone from another universe stays in the universe, then an incursion will happen. So I'm just waiting for the universe to end.
Somebody of that universe exists within the same universe.
I didn't even consider that she was from a different universe.
She's from a different universe, and now she's permanently staying in this one. And I'm just gonna look at my watch and waiting. I'm just gonna wait for that incursion to happen. Seriously, these writers, man, just fucking asinine.
Oh, I feel they maybe slightly touch on that at the end, but that's
are they?
Maybe. Anyway, and then I'll say that for them, but we still got a little more. It was very nice and respectful to see. I think next Strange bowed to Juan because he was just like.
There's a bit of
finally has respect.
There's
nothing happened.
Yeah, there's a little setup for that banter, and I do like that they're really good friends, and I like their conversation about finding joy. Because I mean, that's a nice down to earth conversation. I think this is probably unironically, that might be my favorite dialogue exchange in the movie. And then they reaffirm their friendship, and then Strange goes through a portal, about to go through a portal, has one final conversation with
America says bye.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Fixes his watch.
Yeah.
And then he stores
Moving on.
and he also stores the broken watch that he crept from Christine as well. So he has the one that he fixed and still the one that is broken.
Oh, he has both?
Yes.
I didn't notice that.
There is a shot where he's fixing the watch and he puts it on, and then it shows the broken watch and he puts it away in a drawer.
God, he stole that from Christine. How evil is that?
I think that's what he did. That's what I got.
Oh, I thought he fixed
his
broken watch.
Yeah, he fixed his own. He fixed his own.
Yeah.
But he put the broken watch away.
I thought he put his fixed one away.
Oh.
I thought he did too. Yeah.
I didn't think he had the other Christine's broken watch at all.
Oh,
Yeah.
I assume he kept it.
No.
That would be weird.
I'd have to rewatch it because I assumed it was both because I thought he was walking out with the watch because he is stepping out of Sanctum Sanctorum in the next scene, looking down at his watch or like flexing the watch on.
What's in the watch?
I don't think he's wearing it, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, and then
It could be.
and then as he's walking down the street with music playing, he gets a third eye.
No, he starts dancing a la Spider-Man 3, and he's got a
There we go.
Gucci hairdo and everything. That's how that movie should have ended.
Yeah.
They really should have used that music while he
Yeah,
was
they
walking
should've.
down the street.
You can't tell by the way I lose my walk.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the end credit scene, Sprinks? Because that seems like something you wanted to bring up.
Sure, I can. Yeah. I will say I did like you got like the first credits and then it goes to the scrolling ones. I do like the first ones were ink blots. I thought that was very fitting.
Mm-hmm.
That was the cool look. So yeah, the first end credit scene was with Strange walking down the sidewalk without his third eye this time in a different outfit, which to me shows like a jump ahead.
Yeah, it was definitely a time had passed.
Yeah, and then he turns around and meets a new character.
Strange.
Well, that also could be true. And he turns around and he sees what's the actress name? Charlize Theron.
Yes.
Theron, as Clea from the comics, and Clea is a love interest to Strange, which I feel
finally.
is a connection that will probably go down. And she is a very magical, not a magical being, but she has magical
lady.
effects. And I think
She has magic in her.
Yes, Sinister. And I believe she came up to Strange, probably of warning
Like, hey, wanna
because of
dance?
the incursion of America, which is where it might be in regard to that. It could also just because he used the Darkhold and he has the third eye, but then that could bring up.
Yeah, there is a. I guess this is a possible reference to the incursion that is coming, but
Yes.
it's not confirmed yet for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Also, the tear she creates portally looks like the Dormammu section.
Yes, it does look like the Dock dimension.
Yes.
So, and then Strange uses a scarf to change his outfit and the third eye. I'm like, okay, pretty cool. And then the very end, which is to me a very Ferris Bueller's Day Off kind of credit of Pizza Papa finally not punching himself and just looking at the camera and saying it's over.
Freaking cut up and bruised.
Oh, thank God! Oh, thank God, it's over. And I'm like, yeah, thank God the movie's over. But yeah, no, Bruce Campbell always puts a smirk on my face, and I did smirk. It was nice. It was good to see him at the end when he was, happy it was over. The 3 weeks of hell.
That's what it would feel like.
Yeah.
Not being able to control your body for 3 weeks.
Oh boy, that was a movie. Shit.
How did you use the bathroom?
Yeah. So I mean,
Public stall.
yeah. Do you got any closing statements you want to give before you give your rating?
Oh, I do.
All right, then I guess we'll start with you, Springs.
Yes. My first thing is, why didn't Wanda get a third eye?
Why didn't Agatha?
Why didn't
That's my other question. But I'm not going off Agatha because that's WandaVision. That's a different thing.
It's the same universe.
It is.
You can't make exceptions.
Okay. I'm writing the script for them 100%, but I just thought of an idea that could work.
Of why?
Why
Yeah.
does it work for females?
No.
No.
So here's why. Evil Doctor Strange explicitly looked through other universes for uh, versions of himself where he wasn't happy to kill them off, and he was also looking for Christine. Whereas R. Strange explicitly searched for a specific universe for America, Wanda wasn't ever really explicitly searching for a universe. She was just chasing America. She
had to look through the universes to find Strange in America.
Yeah.
To get there.
Flowerville.
Never mind. Yeah. This is why I don't want to write for these people. They've already ruined their own shit.
And I didn't know if it was a time length thing, because the Flowerville or the Illuminati Strange, like I believe he barely used the Darkhold, so he wouldn't have it, which kind of explains it. But like Wanda has been using the Darkhold for a very long time.
Yeah.
So the only thing I could think of is like, as shown in the after credit scene of Strange, like he can close it and like open it at time, so it's like never present. So maybe she had it and just never opened it, which can make sense. But
they have time to explain it in the next movies, and because it's probably going to be relevant.
Watching them attempt to explain it will amuse me, I'm sure. All right, I guess.
Yeah, I have one last thing.
All right.
Which was my spiel that I did not want to go into, and I'm gonna try to keep it as brief as I can. Is the whole numbering of universes. Because that if anything pissed me off in this movie, it was when Christine said, "Your dimension is 616."
Yeah.
That is the biggest lie I caught that I do not agree with. I am far against that, because Earth 616 is the normal standard
one.
Marvel comics. And it has been stated that the MCU Earth or dimension is listed as 199,999, and that's the MCU version. And I can also say now that the Flowerville dimension was 838, and it was discussed in Far From Home. When Mysterio came in, he said that he came from 833, which is home of Spider-Man UK, but we already knew Mysterio was lying about that. But the main reason I will not tolerate with 616 being the MCU is the fact of mutants. There's no say of mutants
I
anywhere.
can easily explain this away.
Oh, okay.
Just because she said in her universe doesn't mean that's the fact.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, her universe should be number one in her universe. So I still don't fucking like this numbering system.
Just because she states that's how they number it doesn't mean that's how they're actually numbered.
Okay, that I can. Crimson, I will fully go on that theory over the fact that it's
but she says it's not law.
No.
They're not like the TVA, who could, in theory, actually number the universes.
But no, it's already
just some scientists.
It's already shown with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who are actual mutants, that they're not mutants in MCU. To go with that, and that is what they have stated, and not to go with any other mutants, mostly because of Sony property deals and whatnot. That they can. Not to overwrite mutants. It's very big in Marvel. I would be fine if because it's not necessarily true, but if they even in the Illuminati, the 838 world, if they said Reed Richards was a mutant, I'd be okay with that to explain his powering in that world, because Charles Xavier's there. But still, that was like my biggest kind of like gripe, was Christine saying like, "Oh, you're from 616." I'm like, absolutely not.
That's just how she numbers it in their universe. It's not fact.
It can't be. There's already too many problems with that.
Yeah, I am fine with that.
All right.
And that was my last thing.
All right.
Just
closing thoughts.
I feel like I've thoroughly pointed out everything I would need to talk about.
Sinister, you got any?
Nah.
All right, then we can move on to closing statements and rating. So, Sprinks, you want to go first?
Closing statement and rating, sure. Well, I will say in Act 3, like that last part, to me was probably the most exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that thriller aspect to me, that kind of edge of my seat, like what's gonna come across next, what's the next thing that's gonna happen in this very big in Marvel. I would be fine if because it's not necessarily true, but if they even in the Illuminati, the 838 world, if they said Reed Richards was a mutant, I'd be okay with that to explain his powering in that world because Charles Xavier's there.
Mm-hmm.
But still, that was like my biggest kind of like gripe was Christine saying like, "Oh, you're from 616," and I'm like, "Absolutely not."
Yeah, that's just how she numbers it in their universe. It's not fact.
It can't be. There's already too many problems with that.
Yeah, I am fine with that.
All right.
And that was my last thing.
All right.
Just
closing thoughts.
I feel like I've thoroughly pointed out everything I would need to talk about.
Sinister, you got any?
Nah.
All right, then we can move on to closing statements and rating. So, Sprinks, you want to go first?
Closing statement and rating, sure. Oh boy. Well, I will say in Act 3, like that last part, to me was probably the most exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that thriller aspect to me, that kind of edge of my seat, like what's gonna come across next, what's the next thing that's gonna happen in this, I guess, climax of tension in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like that. But overall, this movie is, flip flop of continuity. It takes things from past movies and shows, and it also ignores things from past movies and shows. It seems like it was written half by one person who was doing their own thing for the movie, and half by someone who was doing everything they could from what they knew already established.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a roller coaster of like, oh, that makes sense, and what is that? Which just makes it an overall mess. But it's not so much of a mess where it's like, I feel like it would be a lot worse if they completely ignored everything, rather than pinpoint some things out, because I like that some things are still connected. I like that connection that they still have at
Mhm.
parts, even though it's not necessarily strong. Benedict Cumberbatch, his acting in this was phenomenal. It's very good in all forms of strange. Like every version, very good. Benedict Wong, very good. Who else? Elizabeth Olsen, very good at times. I think during those brain dead moments of just wanting to kill, not the best. I mean, nothing really there. Everyone else, all the other side characters, fine. They're, one could say they're tiered of like who's better than the rest, but still they were fine. The visuals, outstanding. Like everything looked very cool. Except the CGI at parts. The music by Danny Elfman. It was a great choice to have Danny Elfman being the Mr. Creep soundtrack guy, or Mr. Score, the composer, the creepy composer.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me question how this movie would look if Tim Burton directed it. I think that would be an interesting take, rather than Sam Raimi
as well.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think Sam Raimi should have been there from the beginning, because his hand definitely helped the movie on the visual aspect a lot.
I think something that Sam Raimi probably had full coverage over, which was helpful, was editing. Because editing comes after you finish the whole film. So I think all the editorial parts that were added in to make it more look like, Raimi film was fully him, which I do like,
Mm-hmm.
of course, because that's something he was there from beginning to end. But overall, I guess I'll start with my objective score, which did change after this whole talk, I will say.
Mm-hmm.
I am giving this movie a 5 on objective.
What was it originally?
Originally, it was a 6. I knocked it down.
Mm-hmm.
uh, willingly because the things of the film, the visuals and the acting and the music, very good. The story of connection, I like. The things they ignored, the things they changed, the things they lied about, the things that they think are true, terrible. So I'm putting it because we don't have a middle ground right now. I think it's good because it makes sense at most of the parts, but it is the lowest good it can be.
All right. Fair enough.
Now for subjective, which did not change, it's been the same. I give it a 7.5. Because I really enjoyed it. I do like all the nods to past Sam Raimi movies because I am a fan of Sam Raimi movies that I've seen. I think a little bit of the pacing could have been a little smoother. I like the tension. The comedy was rough. So yeah, 7.5.
All right. Sinister, you got one. So.
I mean, I overall I think enjoyed this movie. I will definitely agree. There's issues with it, as with I've been with most of the Phase 4 Marvel movies that
The Phase 4 projects,
yeah, unfortunately some of which I think were avoidable, and some I think unfortunately were not. Which I'm going to try to be a little bit more, give a little bit more leeway with the ones that were unfortunately unavoidable. But overall, I mean,
is this one of the unavoidable ones because of previously established magic stuff?
What?
Is this one of the unavoidable ones that you're describing?
What
of having problems?
I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying I was just saying there was stuff that was unavoidable. And I'm not going to bash it as hard just because there were certain things that came to light that were unavoidable. But I'm going to give it, for the avoidable stuff, I'm going to be pretty hard. But I will say that I haven't really enjoyed watching other from this particular project phase. This and probably Spider-Man so far have been the only two that I've generally liked. That I could actually sit through and not just want to leave. Which I think is good. But so I'm gonna give it a 6 overall.
All right.
So yes, I overall enjoyed this. There was a lot of world-breaking stuff, which tried to iron out. I'm just going to have to deal with the problems inherent with Multiverse, because that's what this next phase and probably phase 5 and all that's going to be catering towards, the Multiverse stuff. So I'll just have to get over that, unless they attempt to correct themselves, but they've already established it's infinite. Anyways, I agree with Sprinks. I liked the visuals for the most part. There were some bad that we pointed out early on, more specific. All the actors did well. I came to this expecting to not like America Chavez. I thought she was going to be an annoying child character, but she came off likable and not annoying to me. Yeah, so there's those. So for my objective, I will give this a 3.5. I'll give it a 3.5. Only because the writing I think is the most important part of a movie or show, because it's the backbone of the property, and this screwed up writing a lot. So that's the biggest hit. The 3.5 is everything else on top. Like I mentioned, acting, visuals, and I guess concept could be lumped in there. I like the concept of universe hopping. I was very disappointed that we only genuinely saw 2 other universes, not counting our current one, which was the flower one and the Incursion one. Yes. I would have loved to see more instead of just the quick 1 second snippets. But there's only so much you can do.
You
with
could
a
also
2
argue
hour
that it could have also it would have bogged down. Probably the pacing would have been a little.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Which would have been good for a show, but it's a movie.
Well, if it was a show, it would have sucked regardless. So let's,
Yeah.
it probably would have sucked regardless.
It has potential to have been better.
Yeah,
but,
I'm just
I
saying.
don't want to go in with a negative headspace.
The track record of Disney shows.
Yeah, not the best.
I bet it was a movie.
And then my subjective, I'll give it a 7. For the same reasons I've already listed. Very enjoyable. I liked it all, minus the plot problems.
Yeah, fair enough.
And even though they really destroyed Strange, I'd still like him. It didn't make me hate his character.
Yeah,
it just made a lot of problems for him that I can't ignore. But they did not make him not likable. So he's intact character, personality-wise, but he has changed as a character.
Yeah.
On to you, writer.
Well, I genuinely felt this movie was in a race with Loki to being, at least writing-wise, one of the worst things in the MCU. I think all the characters, no character escapes this undamaged for one reason or another. I found all the references to be either damaging to characters or even if they were fun. And since my objective scale is purely about writing, like most of the time, while the visuals are very, very cool and stuff like that, I think just from the damage this does to the MCU as a whole, the damage this does to the characters, and the damage this does to itself in ways, because the script almost eats itself with things that they've either choosing to set up or choosing to ignore, and it's gonna be 1 for me on the objective scale on the writing. My subjective one, I'm gonna put this at a 6 because I would happily watch this over other horrible MCU movies like Captain Marvel and Iron Man 3 and because
Thor: The Dark World.
Thor: The Dark World. I would happily rewatch this movie over them because this movie has a lot of entertainment value in it inherently, but none of it, I can find almost none of it in the writing. What writing that I do like is unsupported, and it's very, very basic and surface level. So that it does hurt to kind of label this movie as a 1 objectively and still enjoy it so much, but it's just, I think it's inescapable with how the writers treated the property. So and with that, we are over 5 hours, gentlemen.
Oh.
Yeah, pulled a rough one for that
Only
one.
felt like 5.
Yeah.
It was a 2.5-hour movie.
Yeah.
Or just a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
A little over 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, and good job all around. Very nice.
Episode 1 in the bag.
Yeah. Until next time, I've been a geeky writer.
I've been Crimson Maroon.
I've been Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.